Well, we're back. So good to see everyone. You look marvelous. You're all beautiful. You're all beautiful people. Hope that makes your night, makes you feel better. Yep, just to pick me up for you. So I wanted to do a little follow-up / house cleaning, whatever you want to call it, about a certain creator that, seems to want attention because he's done 2 more shows and he can't seem to get my name out of his mouth, which I love it. Doesn't bother me at all. Absolutely. You think I'm in this for the money? Do you honestly think I'm doing this for the money? Seriously. No. Anyway, this little fella, it's been proven, it's a fact, he admits it, was exposed for being a deadbeat dad. Now he's claiming he's a victim. I want you all, go ahead and give him the clicks. Go over and watch his shows, his last 2 shows. I want you to see what this little fella's saying about his wife and his kids and how he's demanding a DNA test. He's demanded it from the state. The state won't give it to him or something like that. The state won't give him where she lives or anything like that. It's all in the documents, T-Rev. I will say this to each and every one of your subscribers. If you're watching and you're buying what old T-Rev is selling to you, you're idiots. If you are really that not smart that you would buy what this man is saying to you about how he owes and why he owes $50,300 and some odd dollars and change, because just looked, and back child support. If you were buying what he's selling, and then he says that he's got 3 other dudes that he's got receipts on, and he's gonna attack his wife with, for what? Her kids are grown, except for your 2 kids. I mean, I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get what he's alluding to. How he's all of a sudden the victim. He's got some silly lady at the end of his show tonight giving him legal advice, purporting that she believes, or he's leading everybody to believe, that Sherry is keeping the children from him. The children who have written him letters, sent him letters, and he says that he had a conversation, with me about her. Yeah, he did. You know why? Because I vetted him a little bit before I got too involved in his show, and that came up. And I asked him about it. He says, that's all a bunch of lies, and I'm getting it taken off. It should be coming off this week, because it was in YouTube land. And sure enough, it was gone. Didn't ask him about it, didn't talk about it. I thought it was only 1 kid. So that tells you right there that he never mentioned anything to me about it. He's an absolute liar. He is lying to all of you. And then he says that I slandered people like her. I started attacking people. No, I didn't. That's a lie. Everything, in my opinion, that comes out of that fella's mouth is an absolute lie. Now, I'm going to address something. I want you all to go back when you have time and go to the beginning of when I started this about 3.5, 4 months ago. And I want you to go into my chats before I even had a video out, and look at the unbelievable attacks that were launched against me because I left his show on a live and announced I'm leaving the show and starting my own show. He seems to forget that. He seems to have told everybody that he kicked me off the show. That's a lie, because I have proof. He has proof. I said it on a live that I'm leaving the show and starting my own gig. Because just days before, he's doing a chest pounding because people were wanting me on the show. And I told him, look, I'm working, man. I can't. He starts at 9 o'clock in the morning and he'll start at 1 o'clock. He'll go at 3 o'clock. He's got no schedule. He just goes because he sits at home all day and doesn't do anything else. So he can just go live whenever he feels like it. I can't do that. I have a business. I have a career. I have structure that I have to go by. But he expected me to just come on as his guest anytime I want. He's like, I want to take you and do all this with you and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, yeah, dude, show me some receipts first because I don't believe much you're saying. It's all a bunch of smoke that he put out there because another creator insulted him. And he's like, I'll tell you who the creators were. What's the guy's name? What's the guy's name? Drunk Turkey Show. Drunk Turkey Show didn't directly insult him, but they had something going on and they were going to do some kind of a show with somebody else. And I forget who it was now, but they totally wasn't good. So T-Rev had to compete. So he comes up with this whole, I've been contacted by Netflix and so, conveniently right after they announced it. Anyway, the man, when I announced I was going on my own show, after that show, he calls me. We're going to be competing for time slots. I'm like, it doesn't have to be that way, T-Rev. I mean, I'm probably going to do night shows. That's all I can really do right now. I mean, you can go anytime you want. And he's like being a total dick. He says, no matter what you think, we're going to be competing for. I said, what do you have, 24-hour time slot? What do you think you own? YouTube? Honest to God, people, that's what he was saying. I said, you know what, T-Rev, I'm going to go when I go, and, I'll work around you. I'll work with you, whatever. But you go at random times all day long. So I don't think it's really fair for you to tell me when I can go on a time slot. That's not how it works. And I'll be candid with you guys. Everyone, I'll be candid with everybody. T-Rev didn't make me. I was a guest on his show. I was not part of this show. It kind of became that I was part of this show because, a lot of people asked for me. That was pissing him off. This is my MFing show. If Detective John wants to start his own show, I'll support that. Yeah, right. When he said that, and then I announced on his show, the next show, that I was going to do it, I go back and look. You can look at my intro video that I announced I was going. I said, hey, I hope T-Rev said that I could. It was a ruse, everyone, because I knew he wasn't sincere. I knew he was going to be a total dick. But I said in that video, if you go back and watch it, and T-Rev said that if I started my own show, he would support that. Yeah. You think I'm stupid? That was all a ruse. And it was proven. And then the shit hit the fan. And man, you want to talk about getting personal? He has lied, said that I was never a detective. I stole my badges. I stole my uniforms. I lied to him. I never worked at Warno's case, which I never said I worked at Warno's case. I said my CI, my snitch, is the one that freaking gave up the location of Eileen Warnos, and she did. She told me I was at home. I wasn't even working. I was getting paged. The pager was blowing up. Finally, I'm with my kids. I'm like, I'll call it back. I got codes, and I figure out, okay, this is okay. I'll call. So I call back. She's like, JP. That's what they call me. She's here. I said, who? Wait a minute. Who are you talking about? That chick you've been looking for. Where is she? She's at the Crook's Den, but she just left, and she's headed to the Last Resort. Last Resort is a bar up the road about 6-7 miles. Get on the horn. I'm trying to call everybody. Get on the radio. Finally get a hold of a guy named Nils Awanek, who is a case agent working with with the other investigators. I was not on that case. I was in narcotics at the time. But I had snitches out there. And believe it or not, y'all, when you have snitches, your snitches actually help solve homicides all the time. Because where there's dope, there's homicides. Sorry, amongst other crime. So homicide investigators would often come to us in narcotics looking for people, looking for intel. We work together. So for this little weasel to be screaming, he lied about it, that's not what I said. In fact, I cleared it up many times. In fact, I also cleared up the fact that I never said I retired. He said I retired. I actually had to stop him during the show and say, hey, look, T-Rev, I did not retire. That's the reason why I don't have a badge, because you don't get a badge unless you retire or you go out on disability or something like that. I went into the private sector and took a much higher paying job that I met actually at, what's funny is, I actually pulled out some of these. Here is from 2011, my Valor law enforcement group. This one right here is the Unspoken Dialogue, Understanding Body Language Training, completed November 7th, 2011. So you meet investigators in the corporate world. You make contacts. I was offered 3 times before I finally took it. After I got shot at 9 times in South Street Project. So I'm like, you know what? Law enforcement isn't what it's cut out to be. I'm crazy. I'm going to get killed. So I think I better go into the corporate world. So I had to make some decisions, and I made them. Made $125,000 a year, which, let's see, 50, 60,000 on a good year, or $125,000, and you're not getting shot at. Pretty simple decision, people. So I took the position, and it was the greatest job ever. I was a corporate investigator for one of the largest, well, the largest pharmacy chain in the country. Did that for 11 years. I've got 22 plus years of investigations under my belt. You know what? It made me an even better investigator, because the shit that I had to investigate, believe it or not, within the confines of a drug company, were pretty intense. I worked a racketeering case all the way to Houston, Texas. I surveilled people all across the country. You got this little punk who's pissed off because I didn't stick with his show, because he made a total ass out of himself. When I first came on that show, y'all, he wasn't even wearing a shirt. Go back and look. Didn't even wear a shirt. Sat there getting high the whole time. Laughing about it. Laughing about it. And the shit that was spoke about me and is still being spoken about me is unbelievable, from the fact that I'm a fake cop. I was arrested for, and I'm a convicted felon, and I can never have a gun, and you name it. It's been, pedophile, you name it. It was unbelievable. And I had to take it. And I bantered back and forth, and I was laughing. one of his mods, and I'm not going to say either one of their names because one of them was on there, and she called me one day bawling her eyes out. I have the recording. I used Rita's phone to record it. She was in the truck with me, and she was having a nervous breakdown because I was on her ass. I don't get mad. I get even, people. I promise you that. Kept telling them, y'all are going to look stupid. You're going to look stupid. I'm telling you right now, I'm going to let you run your mouth. I'm going to let everybody see all this. Because this is what I do. I build cases. I'm going to let everybody see all this. And I'm going to drop the bomb. And you're all going to look like dumbasses. And I did. She called me begging me. Oh, you know, my dad, I inherited all this stuff. I'm a blah, 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 baby. This and that, this and that. Because I was going to sue her. I have it all. And I actually let her manipulate me a little bit into saying, all right, you know what? I'll accept your apology and we won't have to talk about each other again. And I had not said a word about her until just the other day when she was on that Little Weasel show. And in chat, I didn't see it. Somebody had sent it to me. Chat, all of a sudden, she's got a hard on for me again. Don't know why. Not real bright. So I sent her a text. I said, are you really? I haven't seen it yet, but someone just told me that you're talking smack. I thought we had a deal. Then she says to him, who announced it on the show, that I texted her and harassed her. I swear I can't make this up, people. Then I get a text from her husband today, and I'm like, you need to talk to your wife because she's not telling you the story. Didn't hear another peep from him. Because I said, hey, I got a video that I'll play for everyone. I'll play the whole damn thing. And boy, I will get some clicks on that. I promise you. Because she is bawling her eyes out. So to that person, keep it up. Keep it up. Don't think I won't. These people are absolutely insane, y'all. They are insane. T-Rev, when he first started his show, he was a conspiracy. He was one of the worst conspiracy guys out there. You know why he's not a conspiracy person anymore? Right here. Right here. I promise you. Go back and look if you don't believe me. The turning point was when all these conspiracy people were saying their stuff post-arrest. And I said, you're all a bunch of fools. That's not the word I used. I used the I word. Oh, I insulted all of them. Because I said, I'm tired of it. I'm tired of listening to your BS. You cop-hating jerks. Because that's all they are. So he saw the good that came out of that. Now, he had a bunch of negative. A bunch of people left, but many more came. And I'll say it right now. And I can prove it. Your subs went way up, bro. And everyone knows it. Because it was becoming the Detective John show, remember? Remember people were saying, this is the Detective John show now. Some of your little squirrely little mods that were upset because they weren't on panel because you were blowing me up 24/7. My dog was laying in the middle of the damn road with her head smashed into the ground, and you wanted me to still clean my dog up and bury her and come onto the show when I could. Can't make that up, people. I had a stroke, and hardly anybody knew that I had a stroke. I was in the hospital for 11 days. MIA. Barely made a peep. The little weasel. Because he only cares about himself. And for anyone to support that man, in my opinion, you're all a bunch of idiots. To buy what he is spewing right now and claiming to be a victim, unbelievable. He had 2 teenage kids, absolutely. And I was nice. I said, don't hate your dad. I don't want you to hate your dad. I want you to give him a chance. Maybe he'll do the right thing. Instead, he twists that into this nefarious, crazy ass thing. I made a promise to those kids months ago that we would do something for them for Christmas. Because their mom is struggling. She works 3 jobs. 3. And those kids, if you watched my show, those kids were wonderful kids, despite him. In fact, I would stipulate that probably they wouldn't be that good if they were around him. And that's just my opinion. They're fortunate to have a mother that's giving them structure. And he wants to spew that they were being brought up with maggots in the house, and he called CPS on her. That's typical, y'all. That's typical of a man who can't hold it down, but is afraid that he's going to lose everything and have to pay child support for the next 18, 20 years, depending on the circumstances. So he starts to badmouth her, tells his entire audience that she's a prostitute and that she has hidden the kids from him, and he has no idea where they are. And he demands a DNA test. Well, you said it yourself. The state already told you signed both birth certificates, pal. You're kind of screwed. Now, if you want a DNA test, make it happen. That's his excuse, y'all. That's that little man's excuse. He's not going to, and he says, the government took everything from me. What did the government take from you? How many jobs have you worked? From what I heard, not many. You couldn't hold one down, according to your wife. Government took everything from him. I'm not going to let the government take more from me. That's not the government. That's your wife and that's your children. Since when are they government employees? Can somebody help me out there? The manipulative abilities of this person are almost the greatest I've ever seen. Because the first time when we brought this up, after me being just bombarded with lies, I'm suing, by the way, and now I'm going to go back to suing the person that I said I was going to let it go. You're back on the list, bitch. So just let it all build. I build cases. That's what I did for a living for a long time. So I'll just let them hang themselves. A little bit more, and I just add it up, TO it to my 3 attorneys. And the shit's going to hit the fan. I promise you. But I'll tell you what. I actually went and watched the show. And to read some of the comments, it was post-show, not live. To read some of the comments that were, I want you all, I don't care if he gets clicks. Go watch the show. You will be absolutely disgusted at what this man has been saying about his wife and kids. How he spun this into being a victim all of a sudden. How she took the kids from him. Lies, 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 lies. But his base, which in my opinion, their IQs probably don't exceed 65. I would say probably 90% of them. They're buying it. The one he had at the end of his show, she acts like she's an attorney or something, giving him all this advice. Go for it. Take her advice. I want you to. Please. I'm ready. It would just help expedite things. So, WSU Kim, a free pass. People like her will never stop. She came out with some outlandish statements. Oh, yeah. Let's not forget about WSU Kim. You know, the woman that on his show, he actually said, John, handle her. He disappeared. I did my thing. I interviewed her. It was epic. I created another show, and I played that interview. Everyone loved it. I was nice. I was flirtatious with her. We had a lot of laughs. But I tell you what, I got answers. And I proved that she is a freaking psychotic liar. I got her to actually admit and she constructed a lie during the interview because she was saying that there were 6 or 7 other people in the house that committed these atrocious acts, right? I said, describe one real quick. Just tell me real quick which one. Well, you know, one of them was a plumber from the university, and he hit Ethan over the head with a wrench. I said, so a plumber's going to come to a quad red rumming and carry a wrench. And that's how Ethan bought it. Yep. That's what she said, people. Now, she already had no credibility as far as I'm concerned, but credibility went bye-bye at that point. And at the end, I said, you know what, Kim? What? Hey, you can rest your head tonight and finally get some sleep. Really? Yeah, really. Why? Because there is nobody else. Oh, I think I'm going to try that. The end. Have a good night. Yet these freaking so-called nutbag creators kept having her on the show. Why? Because she's crazy as F and it sells. The more outlandish, the more clicks. So those creators, every single one of them that were having her on the show, from that point moving forward, not that it matters that I have any respect for them, but they lost every ounce of respect from me. I could see right through them, knew what they were doing. And then when they used her all up, and then finally one of the other creators decides she's going to have an epiphany, and oh, well, I decided that Kim's full of shit. She makes this announcement like she determined that WSU Kim is full of shit. Months after I did. But they used her all up. Now she's trying to weasel her way in. Any of you shows that have that woman on your show, you're a bunch of idiots. Promise you. Now, WSU Kim, I happen to know a lot about you. I know about your gym. I know about your inheritance. I know about your husband's affairs and what he did at the gym and the problems it caused. So you keep running your mouth. Come back at me. I promise you, I will come after you with everything I have. And your daughter that doesn't talk to you because of all this, because you're a freaking nutbag. Sorry, y'all. These are the people that we're dealing with. I try to take care of facts, coddle the facts. Talk about the facts. And when I announced I was going to start my show, I was over all the lies, all the grub truck, vampires, cannibals. The girls are prostitutes. That's how they got all their money and their new vehicles. I was over it. So I've made a vow. You know what? I'm going after these people. I'm going to go after each and every one of them. I'm going to take their content, what they say. I'm going to break it down, and I'm going to destroy them. I built a team. I've got 7 moderators, and they're all on the same page. And they're all diverse. Not a single one of my mods is exactly this, is a lot like the other. I haven't even unleashed, but a couple of. That's coming. I promise you. And it's going to be epic because I've got mods. I don't know shit about the true crime community. Nothing compared to some of my mods. They know, I could drop a name. They're like, oh, blah, 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 blah. They know everything. Or, hey, I can't remember this one. Yeah, that's so-and-so. Bam, like that. They're like my intel encyclopedias. Because they too are disgusted with what they hear on a daily basis from these idiots who are doing nothing but riding the coats or riding the backs of tragedies, dead people. Listen to a show somebody sent me the other day. You wouldn't believe what they're saying. It's one of the shows I've talked about. And this little weasel Willie, who's he think he is? He's jumping on everybody's show. What? Let me tell you something about Willie. I don't even know who that guy is, and he's accusing me of having him on my list. Never even heard of the guy, but he's brilliant because he puts it out there, and everybody's like, "Oh, you're my friend now, Willie, because you're on the list too." Didn't even know who this little jerk was. Honest to goodness, didn't know who he was. He's screaming, I do know who he is. I think I would know if I knew who you were. You're obviously, if I ever talk to you, you're insignificant as hell because don't know you. Now, one of my mods knows all about him. She enlightened me. Like, yeah, I still don't know him. Because you think I sit here all day and watch these freaking stupid shows? Because they are. They're stupid shows. They're ridiculous. You want to talk about true crime? Talk about true crime. Put people on panel that have integrity. And don't go buy them. Don't go spend $1,000 like one did today. And then think that person's, we're good friends. No. Cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. You're a good client. You're delusional. Good friends. Give me a break. That person doesn't know diddly about you, but she's going to know. So why don't you go ahead and tell her, well, I made some mistakes and I kind of messed up, and twist it all around so she feels sorry for you. And she says, oh, that doesn't really matter to me. More manipulation, because that's what you're good at. I laugh at you. You are hilarious to me. But what sucks is that you exist, period. Your show would not be following the direction it's following if I wasn't on it. Because you were one of the worst conspiracy people out there. T-Rev. The only reason why you jumped on the bandwagon you did is because you saw what I did when I called them all out, and people are like, holy shit, did that just happen? And all hell broke loose. But you had a lot of people that came over. Because finally someone spoke out. and told the truth and wasn't afraid to confront the liars. Because let's just face it, a bunch of cowards out there. Absolute cowards. They get on there behind their keyboard, tough guys and tough girls. They can get behind a chat and say all this stuff, blah, blah, blah. But do they really do anything? No. I announced on my show 2 months before I even started it, I'm coming after you, each and every one of you. Not literally. Coming after you with the gray matter between these ears and the knowledge that I have. Now, am I the most versed, smartest person on YouTube? No. There's far more qualified people that have retired from law enforcement. Are they more qualified? I don't know. Are they smarter? I don't know. Do they have some more time in law enforcement? Yeah, because they retired. Do they have the same amount of experience? I don't know. I mean, I worked at a pretty busy place. Spring break capital of the world, bike weeks, ×3, race weeks, ×4. I mean, we're busy. We're hopping. A lot of people from out of state, out of the country, all kinds of crime. I was in CID for most of my career. Worked traffic homicides. Did that too. So I can opine on the Karen Reed case. She did it. Allegedly. Did she intentionally hit the man, the boyfriend? No. I think she was pissed off. She jammed it in reverse, punched it. People don't drive well in reverse. Watch my show. You'll see what I'm talking about. She hit him. She was drunk. She hauled ass and went back home. Did a surveillance walk around, or a survey around the vehicle, realized the rear taillight was busted, then simulated like she was backing out and she hit his vehicle and broke it, which there were no particles of the taillight remnants in the driveway, but they were on the scene. Get attacked for that because I'm a realist and I know how to do investigations. I know how physics work. Newton's law. Know all about that. Know how to do all the calculations. You work in reverse. You figure it out. You know, if you get hit at 24 miles an hour and you were trampolined off of that vehicle, guess what? You're going 24 miles an hour the opposite that direction. Law of physics. And how far you go determines speed. You do calculations. It's math. It's hard math. I know how to do it. None of that matters. Why? Because I'm a tyrant. Because now I'm a tyrant. I'm a bully. I'm a bully because I stand up for what's right. I'm vilified because I go after these people that spew these lies and they just want the truth. You don't just want the truth. You want to make money. You don't want the truth. Anyone that would entertain the bullshit that you guys are spewing out of your mouths, how are you going to take people like that seriously? But you know what? Because they sit down in this chair, they pull this mic up, they sit down behind this keyboard, and they're illuminated on a screen. People think they must be legit, especially older people. Because they feel like you got credibility because you're doing this. That's what they feel like. You know, I'm not going to stop. I've been threatened. I was threatened by a Brit that he was going to get on a plane and fly to Daytona multiple times. I've got it all. I've reported him to the Department of Homeland Security, DHS. You know why? Because that's what they're for. The man said multiple times that he was an unstable person, can't even leave the house, can't be around people. People should be afraid of him. I find out through an investigation I did, through contacts over there, that he can't even be around his children. He's got a permanent injunction. I believe it was permanent. I can't remember. But yeah, wife basically left the area. I've actually got somebody that's going to put me in contact with her if need be. So I'm sure she's got a lot to say. I wonder if he's paid her child support for his 2 kids. Probably not. Just speculating. Another piece of shit. That's a victim of mental health issues. Everyone's got mental health issues. Not that they don't exist, y'all. It's disgusting. And if I can use my platform to make a difference and to piss these people off and to solicit death threats upon me, now they're all screaming that they're getting death threats. And somebody even made an accusation that I'm behind them. You're giving me way too much credit, people. Would never do something like that ever. But because I get death threats, I let them know, Florida, guess what? It's a stand your ground state. So if that guy marches up my driveway and I'm like, hey, you better stop. You better stop. You better stop. Better stop. You don't stop, they'll be calling a whirlybird to come pick your ass up. I guarantee you they'll be doing some chest compressions on you. I don't take that lightly. You don't threaten to get on a plane from 4,500 miles away and come to my town. And then he says, I was just going to have a cup of tea with him. And then he twists it that I said I was going to kill him. I did. If that scenario were to play out, you would be unalived. I promise you. So, we got a great show tonight. I just want to put that out there so y'all would know. I was a detective. Damn sure, pretty sure I was a detective. I've showed photos of me. Here I am. Wait, where am I at? There I am right now. This right here is a motel we took down. Actually, that motel is almost right next door to the motel that Casey Anthony's dad came to when he was feeling pretty bad and he was going to allegedly commit suicide. Right down the street from that. And this was just in a box that I have. Here I am. This is me with Dennis Thomas, Markeith Williams, and a bank robber. That's me right there. Did surveillance on banks because we had intel that, they were coming our way. When I was on, I happened to be one of the banks that they hit. We got them. FBI agent involved in that is a good friend of mine. He's going to be on this show. He's a professor now at a university. Actually teaches Homeland Security. He'll be on this show. We'll talk about some things. To say the things that you said about me, T-Rev, I'm going to sue the fuck out of you. Promise you. It's already in the works. They just can't, for some reason, they can't seem to serve you. Where you at? Mr. Everybody knows where I am. No, you got a P.O. box, though. Might have to stake that out. We'll have to see. So we got the ball rolling on getting his children taken care of. And guess what? Garnishment is coming his way. spoke with his wife just an hour and a half ago, 2 hours ago. She's probably asleep now. She might even be in here. Sherry, are you in here? Yes, Sherry is actually in here. And I'm not following chat, you guys. So if you're following chat, her name's Sherry. That's his wife, who wants a divorce, by the way. But he won't give it to her. You know why? Because he knows that he could potentially get hooked up. $50,300 and something is a lot of money. A lot of people go to prison for that. Just saying. You know, I don't judge people by anything but their character. I don't judge you by what you look like. Even though people think I do. I could care less if you don't have teeth. I don't care less if you don't have a neck. Here we go on that. Do you think that if I would have said, hey, Dago, can you just stop saying the bullshit that you're saying? Because people are really getting upset. And I'm really, the families just don't appreciate it. Do you, just do it for me, buddy. Can you just kind of stop saying the stuff and making all the money you're making off of them, please? Do you think I would have got noticed? Do you think any attention at all would have been brought to the situation if anybody approached it nicely? I warned them multiple times. I went into their chats and said, hey, I'm going to own your ass for what you're saying. I promise you. I'm going to make you look stupid. Really bad. You're going to look really bad. Didn't seem to matter. Double down. Let's double down on it. He can't tell us what we're going to do. No, I can't. Consequences. When you say the things you say and they have consequences, some people are going to take care of it. I just happen to be one of those people that think the stuff that you spew is absolute horrendous nonsense. And any of the people that follow those type of people, you're pathetic. Your gray matter is just, you did too many drugs, or I don't know what the deal is. Something's wrong with you. Because if you actually believe that nonsense, maybe you're just looking for a little drama every day. Maybe you're just looking for the fiction or the Jerry Springer-like shows. Is that it? Is that what you strive for? I bet you when Jerry Springer was alive, you probably watched his shows every day. I think I just nailed it. I think I just figured it out. Springer's gone. So let's go watch Dago and, all these other outlandish shows. Let's get our fix. It's absurd to me. It really is. Absolutely absurd. Dago catches hell because he won't admit it. He says, it wasn't because of me and this team putting pressure on him, but he made the decision because he went and talked to a cop friend of his. And he says, hey, do you think I'm an asshole? And according to Dago, the guy said, yeah, I do. That changed his mind. Can't make it up. But if that's what happened, that's what happened. All I know is Dago went on this whole week-long almost tirade about how he's not going to accept, it's unacceptable what he allowed to happen on his show anymore. And then guess what? All of his cronies turned on him. Start throwing him under the bus, telling him he's a coward because he allowed me to dictate what he says on his show. Couldn't be because the man's just having a change of heart. Maybe he's just like, man, you know what? That was, and he admits it. That was some BS I was saying and I was allowing to happen on my show. And I'm not going to allow it to happen anymore. So we can't talk about conspiracies anymore? I can't make it up, y'all. This is like the days of our lives, you know, Young and the Restless. You name it, all the soaps all wound up into one. Dallas, you know, all the drama you can imagine, all the bad, and all the good, all the twisted people, all the shysters, all the liars, all the scheme artists, all the fraudulent people, all the criminals who have got out of prison and now think that they're just going to come out and jump on the YouTube, jump on YouTube and create a channel and defraud people even more, because they learned how to do that even better in prison, because they learned how to manipulate people even more. One guy allowed him to come on the show and even was nice to him, and we thought we made peace, and all of a sudden he flips and he's going back to the same way he was 2 months ago. And I'm just kind of, really? Why? Because he caught heat. Because he actually had productive dialogue with Detective John. Imagine that. I mean, the unreasonable, horrific Detective John. Pretty unbelievable. I'm not going to stop. Call me what you want. I will continue to eat you alive when you spew nonsense with facts, with integrity. Okay? Because I have integrity. Promise you. With knowledge that'll blow you away. And I don't need to pay somebody to come on my show to give my show credibility, because I have it. And I know a lot of people that'll come on my show for free. It's just not the time yet. But I've already got them lined up. I don't need the credibility, though. I've got the experience. I've got the knowledge. Now, this new technology is out. I don't know a whole lot about. Totally fall on the sword. Yep, don't know a whole lot about it. But guess what hasn't changed? Investigative techniques, interviews, interrogations, the way a PCA is written, the way incident reports are written, the follow-ups, the TOTs to the state attorney's office, all that stuff. None of that stuff has really changed. It's a little more electronic and easier now. I used to have to pound on judges' doors at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. Now I can just electronically submit them. If they're on call, they can look at it. Okay, pencil whip it, and you're good to go. You people out there that are following these idiots, continue to do so. I'm not telling you not to, but if you feel like I feel and like this team feels, then the best thing that you could do, because you probably are subscribed to them, because you probably went to them and watched them at some point and you just never unsubscribed, or they put a time limit on it. If you want to get into chat, you can't get on unless you've subbed for at least 5 minutes. One guy is 24 hours. You can't post unless it's 24 hours, because he knows that you probably won't come back after 24 hours. But guess what? He'll get a sub and you'll totally forget about it. Some people come in just to post and then they remember to unsubscribe. Some people get memberships given to them when they come in. It's all a racket, people. Oh, I just sold 15 memberships, or gave 15 memberships to somebody. Bam, bam, bam. That's residual income, people. I don't care about money. I want the show to pay for itself. This does cost money. You know, like, it's a business. I mean, if you're spending money, you expect some kind of at least for it to pay it for itself, just like any other business. I don't look at it as a business, but it has to kind of be, because I have to do taxes on this, because I'm monetized. I get money for commercials, things like that. So it's a business, whether I like it or not. I'll tell you though, this is my rant. This is my channel. If you don't like it, you can leave. I'm going to rant. I'm going to tell you right now, it's scary. America today is in trouble, y'all. It's in trouble. It's in bad trouble. And if we don't start standing up for what's right and pushing back on people like these creators that are spewing so much hate toward law enforcement and the process in general, just hate. From the moment I came onto YouTube and they found out that I was once a cop, they hated me. Some of them attacked me immediately. And I actually think that they thought that because they could be keyboard tough guys and tough girls and basically insult me, that it was getting them off. %90 of these shows are anti-police. They're anti-law enforcement. They're anti-judicial system. They're anti. And it's obvious. This nation was a nation that was built upon laws. Some weasel from across, whoa, whose laws? From across the pond. No. Your laws are not the same as our laws. Get a clue. We kind of broke free from the monarchy to become an independent nation full of states that govern themselves. This weasel over in Britain's like, where do you think you got your laws? Not from you. So, we'll get to the show. Just had to get that off my chest, because it's only going to get worse for the little tyrant that thinks he's manipulated some people. Go read my chat. I've got a lot of people from that show coming over. Actually, I've been cutting and pasting from his chat. People have been sending them to me. Oops, I'm spitting that out. They've been sending them to me. I just put them in a perpetual freaking list for everybody to see. They're handing him his ass. You're the biggest POS I've ever seen. How could you denounce your children like that? I'll tell you how. Because he is who he is. That's how. His own father talks smack about him. I have that too. It wasn't a gummy. It was actually, it's mixed nuts. And it was a raisin. Sorry, y'all. I expectorated toward the camera. All right. Enough of that. So, the title of the show is Idaho 4, Tear Down the House. CSI effects. The house has zero evidentiary value, y'all. If you're on that bandwagon, everybody's trying to get you to sign this petition and all this garbage. Listen, don't get mad, because what I'm about to tell you is the absolute truth. So picture yourself as part of a 12-member jury. You've got this case. So 3-tiered. It's not really a 3-story building like people think. So people think that this 1, 2, 3-story building and that all this noise had to be heard. No, y'all. Look at the building. It's a step story. Goes like this. So The second floor isn't directly above the first floor. The third floor isn't directly above the second floor. So it's not like your standard upstairs bedroom right above me that you're going to hear all this noise. You're still going to hear some noise, but it's not going to be as prevalent as everyone suggests. Number one. Number two, the house is not the same house. Now, we can debate back and forth whether or not they should have taken all the stuff out or not. I kind of am on the fence there. But knowing what I do know about technology today, I'm okay with it. Some people aren't because they're ignorant. Oh my God, Detective John said they're ignorant. You're stupid, blah, blah, blah. That's not what ignorant means. Ignorant does not mean you are not smart. It just means you don't know about that topic. Just like I don't know about brain surgery. I'm pretty ignorant when it comes to brain surgery. Neurologists would call me ignorant, right? The house has been gutted. Everything is out of the house. All the furniture is out. Any carpeting that was in there is out. Things on the wall are out. Flooring's been taken up. It's been scrubbed down. It's been red bagged. It's not the same house. It's useless. It's a hollow shell of what it was. Now, to opine that to get the true effects that you would have to actually walk through a house, no. In fact, most cases today, and probably for the past 15 years, they don't take the jurors to the crime scene, to a house, hardly at all anymore. We have technology, and it's pretty badass. I'm going to show some of it to you. We're going to talk about it first. So when that house was gutted, all the stuff out of the wall, you ever walked into an empty house? You ever bought a new house? Remember the hollow sound it had? Not remotely the same as a furnished house, is it? Are you going to get the true feeling of that house if you were to walk through it today that you would have had when you walked through it a year ago? If you say yes, then leave the show because you're an absolute fool. I don't want fools on my show. So, again, we can debate whether or not they should have done what they did and got the stuff out. I thought it was awful premature. But, again, I get it. And I get it because of technology. So we have 3D and 4D imaging now. So again, I'm going to take you back to being a member of the jury. A member of the jury. You're real diligent. If you walk through that house, you're not the guy or the girl who's going to walk through there and just go, okay, yeah, it happened here. You're going to take your time and walk through, right? But guess what? You don't have all the time in the world. You know, you got an hour and a half, 2 hours maybe to walk through, and everybody wants to go and get back. But you're that juror that needs to see everything. Got to see it. Once you've walked out of there, you're probably not going to get the opportunity to come back because it is a trial. Time is money. Money is time. Probably not going to happen. Get one shot at it. You'll have video. You'll have photos. You'll have all that stuff. You won't get to go back. But guess what? Nowadays, poof, we've got lasers with cameras that scan every square inch of the house. They create 3D animated, video. It's amazing, people. And guess what they did? They did that. During the processing of the crime scene, prior to the bodies being removed, prior to evidence being collected, it did all that. Every square inch of that house, you'll be able to put an Oculus on, which is looks like a mask. You see your kids playing video games, and you'll be able to turn your head and go wherever you want. So if juror number 2 wants to see something in Maddie's room, juror number 1 has already seen enough in Maddie's room, so they want to go to Xana's room and check that out. They can all be looking multiple places. If they have a question about something that maybe another juror doesn't, they can answer it themselves by just looking. Every square inch of that house will be able to be seen by all 12 and the alternates of those jurors. That, my friends, is a big time advantage. Oh, well, it's just not the same. What about the outside? Okay, let's cover the outside. What do you think they were just doing there last month? Everybody's making a big deal about why they're there again. I'll tell you why they're there again. You want to know why they're there again? Because guess what? It's a year later. The foliage on the trees are going to be about the same. It's going to be pretty close to exactly the same it was the year before. So, set up your tripods, you set up your scanners, you go to every angle around that house. You create a 3-dimensional video of the exterior of the house, which hasn't really changed. So you can be up on that hill where the parking area is, parallel to Maddie and Kaylee's rooms. You can look. You can be there. You can actually stand in any spot you would like on that parking area or in the trail that leads up to the back corner of the house where he probably parked and cut through. Going around the apartments. Round and round and round. You can do the drive. You'll be able to do it all. That's why they were there, y'all. So all this other garbage that you're hearing, they're going to create a 3D model that's going to be in the courtroom too. An actual model. I'm sure that's what they're going to do. But they'll use drones to fly over, do recordings, do all this cool stuff. Way better than actually being there. Why? Because again, you'll have all the time pretty much that you want. You can go back when you're doing deliberations. People can be going over the evidence and they pull that video back up and they'll look at certain areas. You know, I think he might have actually been surveilling the girls from this bird's eye view through the trees with no foliage that now we have that we didn't have before. People don't want to believe that, but it's the truth. Now, Steve Gonsalves doesn't want the house taken down, but I think he's conceding that it's okay. A lot of that, again, is just ignorance. Old school thinking, it would be horrific to take that house down. House has zero evidentiary value now. Had they left it alone, yes, doing a walkthrough might be beneficial, but it still wouldn't be as good as what they're going to be actually shown, you guys. Ladies and gentlemen, it will be unbelievable. That combined with the cast report, the digital footprints. Don't forget, he actually picked up their Wi-Fi on his phone. Do you realize how close? Now, this was not on that date. This is on the subsequent other dates, other 12 times. Do you realize how close you have to be to pick up somebody's Wi-Fi? I know I can walk out of my bedroom and take 50 steps to the other side of the house and lose my Wi-Fi. He was close. Not once, not twice, not 3 times, several times. And they're going to prove that, y'all. You still got fools out there arguing about the car. The car that is laid out in the PCA. We have the Linda Lane video that shows and backs up the times that the PCA actually says. That's not the car. That's what people say. That's what people argue about every single day on these channels. Are they that unsmart? Or are they just drama kings and queens trying to get numbers? I would submit the latter. They're brilliant. They're pissing people off every day. People like me, I don't get pissed, but I get disgusted. I get pissed when people support them because they're being manipulated and lied to. And they're just weak-minded people. Sorry. Critical thinkers. That's the best one. We're just critical thinkers. Critical thinkers. Really? How many critical thinkers do we have in here? I would submit not many. Now we have common sense thinkers, not critical thinkers. So tear the house down. You know why I can say that with confidence? It's got nothing to do with the university. It's got nothing to do with any of that. Let these people that live there move on. As long as that eyesore is still standing, it draws a crowd, draws sleuths, draws wannabe reporters that walk around and look for cameras and want to report to us shit that we already knew. Tear the house down, turn it into a dog park or something cool, because it does kind of have a cool view that looks down. It's open in between buildings, looks out onto a field. Not the greatest view. Tear it down. People have pets. Put a dog park there. I think that would be cool. The university owns it. It was donated to them. Why would you keep it up? It just blows me away. People have to live right there too. You have a frat house that's directly across the street. Those are students. I'm sure when people walk by it, they get the hair stands up on the back of their necks. I'm sure it's not a very comfortable sight to look at every single day. Let it go. Let these people move on with their lives. Whether you like it or not, the house is a moot point. It's got no evidentiary value whatsoever anymore. So we're going to talk about some of the technology and show you a couple videos. And then I'm going to open up my panel and I'm going to let some of you come on. Hey, if you want the house up, say it. But be prepared to debate with me, because I'm not just going to let you say because it's important. You better be able to tell me why it's important. I want you to tell me why that house should stand. After what I just revealed, I want you to tell me, and after you watch these videos, I want you to tell me if you think the house should stand. I want you to tell me why. Don't hit me up in chat right now because you haven't seen the videos yet. Don't listen to some fool out there screaming, oh, that could be a reason to acquit. But let me tell you something. Both sides have conceded that the house should come down. The defense and the prosecution. Now, the prosecution, if that house was standing, would 100,000% benefit them way more than the defense. I promise you. Defense, more than happy to see that house go bye-bye. So when the prosecution's saying, tear it down, we don't need it. Guess what? Now I'm going to speculate here, but I have been to a lot of trials and I do know how this works. If that happens, then the judge will instruct both parties, don't bring it up. You tell the jurors that you have great imaging. You will be walked through that house with 3D images of everything. Don't suggest that they can go to the house. If they bring it up, it's not going to happen. If the defense brings it up as a tactful move, saying, oh, well, how can we truly get a... Yeah, try that stuff with Judge after you concede that you want it down. See what happens. If they accidentally say it, mistrial, we'll do it all over again. I can promise you the state's not going to say it. But old Ann Taylor, not the sharpest tool in the shed. She was the greatest. I called her a C-. I called her a C- attorney, and now everyone's calling her a C- attorney. Even the pro Koberger saying she's a C-. They're using my direct quotes. Somebody sent it to me the other day. I forget what show used it. She's not a very good attorney. I hope I'm clear, y'all. I hope I'm not being condescending. I'm trying not to be. Just trying to be matter of fact. I'll tell you like it is. You can either buy it or not. The facts are the facts. Technology is unbelievable today. And it's going to be an epic opening statement from the prosecution. And I'm predicting right now that these trolls, these creators, mark my words, if they're not even, they're probably going to start doing it shortly after this show. They're going to do it even more. They're going to be like, huh, well, maybe, you know what? I just needed to see a little more evidence. I always knew he was guilty. You watch. That's what they're going to be saying, because that opening statement is going to lay out the story, and it's going to be epic. And they'll pick somebody special to lay out that story out of that team. I don't know who it'll be. It'll be somebody articulate that can tell a story. And I think once we hear the opening statements, if you were on the fence, you'll pull the barbed wire out of your ass because you're going to be hopping off so quick to the good side. Just a prediction. So we're going to play a little video, and then I want to follow that up with a couple more. They're not real long. Let's see here. All right, this is an old video, y'all, but it lays it out pretty good. Again, we got 2 more after this, but I want you to watch this, and then I want you to, think about what we're showing you here.
University students were discovered stabbed in their home in Moscow, Idaho. Local police described the case as very complex, and it took more than 6 weeks for a suspect to be arrested. We pieced together information from a case affidavit released by authorities, verified publicly available evidence, and pulled in ABC News reporting to create a visual timeline outlining significant events in this case. I'm Emmanuel Saliba, a senior reporter with ABC News. It's around 9 p.m. local time on Saturday, November 12th in Moscow, Idaho. According to an affidavit released by authorities, Zana Kernodle and her boyfriend Ethan Chapin are seen hanging out at the Sigma Chi house. It's about a 5-minute walk from their off-campus house on King Road. Zana's roommates Kaylee Gonsalves and Madison Mogan are at the Corner Club. It's a historic sports bar in town. They stay at the bar for about 3 hours, according to an affidavit released by authorities. And around 1:30 a.m., Kaylee and Maddie leave the corner bar. The next available images we have of them are in this surveillance footage obtained by ABC News. They're heading towards a local food truck, which is about a 6-minute walk from the bar. Police say this man with them is not a suspect. This is the grub truck. They have been streaming live on Twitch since about 10 p.m. And around 1:41 a.m., we see all 3 of them walk into frame. Maddie and Kaylee order food.
Have a good night. Hello.
Hi.
Welcome back.
Thanks. I think I would like the carbonara.
Okay.
All right, y'all. Now, don't take this the wrong way. Kaylee and Maddie are right here. Kaylee is inebriated, but Maddie is pretty lit. Now, shortly after this, they're back home. Now, there's testimony from Steve and his wife. These 2 girls are like sisters. They often sleep together. I would submit that they probably slept together a lot in that house because they're besties. Girls do that. Doesn't mean they're, just means they're besties. It's kind of different with girls and guys. Guys don't typically do that. The reason why I'm saying that is I want you to picture laying in bed with your friend. The ceiling's spinning a little bit because you're pretty lit. You're not expecting somebody to come in and ambush you with a knife about this long, are you? Are you prepared to fight back? Are you going to scream? How many times would I have to take a 7-inch K-bar knife and plunge it into your body for you to be quiet? How many times would I have to take that K-bar knife and do that for you to be quiet? These are tiny young ladies. 7 inches plunged into their bodies. Warning, everyone. Probably going to go clean through most of the parts of their bodies. You ever been punched in the gut? You ever had somebody turn a toe on you and just blast you, or you've fallen on your back and had the wind knocked out of you? Can you scream? No, because you've got no wind. It's gone. You might be able to do this. Strong possibility that's about all you can do. Key word here. Ambushed. What does ambush mean? Look it up. I would submit it means, surprise. I'm here. You didn't know I was coming. And the military. What do they call those? When soldiers are marching down the road, all of a sudden, they didn't know where it came from. In the woods. They were ambushed. Could they fight back? No, not really. They didn't know where they were. Didn't know where they came from. Not only were they ambushed, but they were highly inebriated. Which I would submit, based on toxicology, which has not come out, probably everybody in that house who had been out that night had consumed some alcohol. Just speculating. Just something to think about that many seem to forget. Many are infatuated with the fact that nobody heard anything. There had to be some kind of screams or noise. Couldn't have been done in 8 minutes. Impossible. I bet you I could do it in 4. I'm 55 years old.
Cool. Thank you.
Absolutely.
How many more do you need? That's the second one? Awesome.
Don's mom.
then you said
$10.
Now look at her.
Cool. Thank you.
47. Thank you very much.
They wait around for about 10 minutes. Around 1:51 a.m., they grab food from the truck window and walk out of frame. Police confirm that at this point they get picked up by a car service. And about
All right. Now, do you think that Maddie and Kaylee are on social media right about now? Do you think that Kaylee was videoing Maddie just to video it? Or do you think they were on TikTok or one of these other social media outlets showing the world where they are? Showing a potential infatuated nut job where you are when you're coming home, what you did at the bar you were at earlier, who you talked to, the fact that you're now there for your last visit before you take off and start your life. Maddie said that about Kaylee. Again, something many have forgotten about. I think that's going to be really important. Although we may never know the motive. Means and opportunity is all we have to show. Motive is a bonus, y'all. The only way we're going to know motive is if there's something on a video or text or something where BK says why he's going to do it or makes threats, or he confesses. which I don't think he'll do. Oh, and that's another thing. Oh, he's going to plea. No, he's not. Guess what? Newsflash. He can offer to plea all day long. But the state has to accept that plea. And I don't think that the big man wants to go out and retire of a case like this with a plea deal on a quad red rumming. I think he wants to go out with a big bang. And I believe he's got plenty of evidence to support the DP. So why would he allow him to plea? To save the state money? No, the governor gave him $1 million. Now, it's probably going to cost way more than that, but still, that was a gift. So why would he accept the plea? I submit that would be cowardly. There's no reason for him to do that. There's no corpus delicti missing. That means body of the crime. So all 4 victims are there. So it's not like, hey, we'll let you plea out if you tell us where the bodies are. That's out. And they don't really care. Doesn't really matter as to the why. Because we don't have to prove the why. Just have to prove the method and the opportunity. That's it. So those of you that say that he's going to plea and the state's going to take a plea, unless I'm wrong and the state doesn't have a strong case, I don't see that happening. But y'all can ride that wave if you want.
About 6 minutes later, they arrive at home on King Road. According to an affidavit, Ethan and Zana are already in the house, along with 2 other roommates. 2:47 a.m. According to police, a phone belonging to the suspect, Brian Koberger, stops connecting to the cell network in nearby Pullman, Washington.
2:47 a.m. And nearby Pullman, Washington, which is 8 miles from the house. What happens to the cell phone? Just out for a drive.
Washington. This is where he lives and studies criminology as a PhD student at Washington State University. 2:53 a.m. Authorities say a white sedan consistent with a vehicle registered to Koberger is seen traveling towards the highway that connects Pullman and Moscow.
Is seen traveling. Have we seen that video yet? Nope. Is seen traveling from to. Think about that. Think about the evidence that must be out there that didn't have to be in the PCA.
It's only about a 10-mile drive between the 2 cities. At 3:29 a.m., surveillance footage obtained by police from the King Road neighborhood captures a white sedan making an initial drive by the victim's house. Authorities say this car will make another 2 passes.
3:29. Video footage. Making a pass. Getting up the nerve, I think, is what he's doing. Psyching up. Getting ready. To execute his revenge for whatever.
In the next 30 minutes. It's 4 a.m. According to the affidavit, Zana receives a DoorDash delivery. And a source tells ABC News that the delivery is contactless and the order is left at the front door.
The order is contactless. That means the driver dropped it at the door. Now, I'm thinking she's texting. They said that she's texting. Could she be confirming that she got the order? She picked the order up She put it on the kitchen counter. That she received it. She gave him a thumbs up. I don't know. I haven't heard anybody say that. I don't know that it hasn't been said, but I'm just putting it out there.
Door. A surviving roommate would later tell authorities that around this time, 4 a.m., she wakes up to what sounds like Kaylee playing with her dog in the room on the 3rd floor. She also reports hearing someone say, "There's someone here." 4:04 a.m., authorities say the white sedan is seen driving into the neighborhood a 4th time. 4:12 a.m., according to phone records obtained by police, Zana is awake and using TikTok. The affidavit states that the same surviving roommate says she hears what sounds like crying coming from Zana's room. She opens her door a 2nd time and says she hears a male voice say something to the effect of, "It's okay, I'm going to help you."
It's okay. I'm going to help you. Let's go there for a minute. Now, we know that old Brian was a security guard, right? Security guards have to go through training. Part of their training, I can't say all, but a lot of their training is they have to be able to diffuse conflicts. If they're working large crowds, have to be able to exude a calm demeanor, calm people down. When the shit hits the fan, they need to be able to keep their cool. He's also majored in psychology. So does he know how to talk to people? Does he know how to pacify someone? I would submit he probably does. Mind starts to work in panic situations. You see somebody that's about to scream, "Shh, I'm here to help." She doesn't know what the hell's going on. Just that split second, maybe she backs off a little bit. And then bam! It's over. Just like that. 7-inch K-bar knife. Just plunged once and then go into the room and take care of the man. And did a little calculating. A man of his size would have about 2.4 to 2.5 gallons of red liquid in his body. Now, to some, that doesn't seem like a lot. But this thing right here is a pump. Okay? It's a pump. Unless you hit that pump, or you catch a part of the brain that stops that pump, you're going to pump incapacitated, clinically unalived. Your heart will still be pumping. Most of that red liquid out of your body. Up against the foundation of that wall where it fell down underneath the sill. You know, the sill, if this is a framed out wall and you look at the studs in the frame and there's a 2x4 that lays on the top of the concrete. It's called a sill. Typically, they don't caulk that and seal it. So water will seep through it. But that red substance is very viscous. What do I mean by viscous? The viscosity of oil. High quality oils have more viscosity than lower quality oils because of the supplements that are in the oil. So viscosity means slick, works better. That red matter, that red liquid is very viscous. More viscous than water. And when a pump's still working, And I would submit that that foundation probably fell a little bit. So it probably sloped to that wall a little bit. So wherever they laid, it went that way, seeped down the foundation. Clearly visible. Coagulates. You'll get under that sill, run down that foundation, and it'll start to coagulate. You ever had your blood drawn and they put it in a tube? Well, inside that tube, I forget the name of the stuff. One of you guys will probably say it in here, but it's an anticoagulant. If we just put it in a tube, it would coagulate and be like Jell-O, useless. So you put the anticoagulant in it, and it stays a liquid. Obviously, there's no anticoagulant, so when it seeps down, it starts to thicken up, coagulate. Doesn't make it all the way to the ground in most parts. 2.5 gallons with a pump. The house was a mess, people.
At 4:17 a.m., this security camera on a neighbor's home picks up distorted audio of what sounds like voices or a whimper, followed by a loud thud. A dog can also be heard barking numerous times. This camera is less than 50 feet from Zana's bedroom. The affidavit states their surviving roommate then opens her door a third time. She sees a masked man walking past her towards the sliding glass door in the kitchen. In frozen shock, she locks her door.
Okay. This is the only thing about that affidavit. You heard me say multiple times, the PCA had way too much information. Didn't need a third of that information because it was written by a rookie. Wasn't poorly written. It was written very well. Less is more in a PCA. PCA does not need to have anything but a few elements of the crime. Defendant entered residence through sliding glass door, walked into upstairs bedroom number 1. Unalived 2 people, walked downstairs, went to other room, unalived other 2 people, exited, got into a white Elantra, and exited, seen on video, see incident report for details. Period. That's all I needed to say. Promise you. Judge sees that. He's like, okay, obviously we got enough, they've got enough PC here to, write this PCA. And do we extradite him back from Pennsylvania and let them handle it? Sure. Pencil whip. See you later. Bye-bye. Simple. This guy wrote a book. Was it her? Was it Dylan that said she was in the frozen shock phase? Or did he say frozen shock phase? I don't think that should have been in there. That's a clinical decision, in my opinion. He can't determine whether she was in a frozen shock phase. Nobody can. So he shouldn't have put that in there because it's created all kinds of turmoil. I think that was a mistake. I think that his superiors in reviewing that should have said, nah, you don't need to put that in there. Sounds like a suggested event to me. And what cops are not supposed to do is they're not supposed to voice an opinion. Only the facts. That frozen shock phase could very well have happened, but it's not a fact until it's determined that it's a fact. And at the time that PCA was written, it's not determined that that was a fact. Just my opinion. Big mistake putting that in there. Everything else is okay. Less is more, but okay.
4:20 a.m. Police say the white sedan is seen leaving the neighborhood at a high rate speed. 5:25 a.m. Authorities say that same vehicle is seen on 5 cameras back in the Pullman area, near where the suspect lives.
5 cameras back in the Pullman area. at 5:25 a.m. and he took the long way home. Why did he do that? I'll tell you why. Because he's a criminal justice student and he knows there's cameras. He knows he's going to drive by businesses, which it's already been proven. This is post unaliving times 4. So you want to go where there's not going to be many cameras, so you take the back roads. I wouldn't be surprised if you don't find there's some semi trucks, because remember when Nancy Grace drove those back roads? She said it's eerie. It was very eerie for her, but there were semi trucks. I saw all kinds of semi trucks. Guess what? A lot of these semi trucks today, a lot of these big carriers have video cameras in the cabs of their vehicles that show into the cab and out of the cab. So, as an investigator, I'm going to do surveillance after that. I'm going to find out what semis were traveling, and I'm going to stop them. And I'm going to find out what companies they work for, and I'm going to subpoena all their records in hopes that on that night, semi truck picked up old Mr. Kohlberger and the white Elantra blowing by. Just a thought. That's what I would do.
And then, between 9:12 and 9:21 a.m., police say data collected shows the suspect's phone appearing near the scene of the murders.
9:12 a.m. He's back? Why would he go back? I don't know. And maybe he's going to go back and try and retrieve the piece of evidence that he left. I don't know. Maybe he just wants to see what's up. %90 of all arsonists sit back and watch their work. A lot of homicide suspects do that as well, because they're curious. Did he drive back just to see what was going on? To see the mayhem that he caused? Did he go back because he needed to find that sheath? I don't know. I don't know if we'll ever know. But we might.
About 8 hours after the killings, a 911 call reports an unconscious person at the scene of the crime. Shortly after, Moscow police discover the bodies of 4 students.
The facts of the case that we know right now.
November 16th, police reveal the 4 victims were stabbed to death.
The 4 were stabbed with a knife, but no weapon has been located at this time.
We are eternally grateful that we spent so much time with him.
This is Ethan.
Ms. Chapin is one of the strongest people I've ever seen, and I hope to meet her one day. Do you know that there's a creator out there? We'll just call her a she. Actually spent a whole show attacking her, accusing her of basically ripping people off over her son's death by creating a book and making money. That, by the way, goes into a foundation. And this creator, when I called her out, showed her true colors, y'all, and I just let her run with it. I just let her talk. And, in the end, I'm like, yeah, you're right, just to get her off the show, because it was a train wreck. Clueless Lemonati, whatever her name is. Probably the foulest of all. Not the fairest of all, the foulest of all. In my opinion, of course. Attacked this wonderful woman, because she's rich, for one. She hates her because she's rich, basically is what she said. Now, any person that has money cares about money. Because I said, I don't think she really cares about the money. I think that she would give up everything that they have worked for their entire lives, every dime they have, to spend 5 more minutes with their son. That wretched woman laughed at us. Proceeded to call people the C word over and over and over and over and over. Called herself white trash. That's right, I'm white trash. Well, I didn't say it. You said it. Actually, I just said trash. She had to put the white in front of it because, in my opinion, she's pretty much 100,000% a racist and a homophobe because she called one of my mods a lesbian. You effing lesbian. I don't make this stuff up, y'all. It's on my show. Go watch it. She still has a show. I didn't complain. I don't complain on creators. Not my style. I'll let everybody else do it.
Mom on November 30th at a vigil honoring her son and the 3 other victims.
That's the most important message that we have for you and your families, is to make sure that you spend as much time as possible with those people, because time is precious and it's something you can't get back.
We're looking for a 2011 to a 2013 Hyundai Elantra.
Here we go. Oh my God. It wasn't a 13 or 11. It was a 15. Man. He should have just said a 2011 to a 2017, I believe, or 2019. Because they're pretty much, body lines are the same. The brow on the window is the same. Only thing that really changes are the wheels, headlights, taillights, body lines, pretty much the same. No difference really in a 2013 and 2015, 2011. They're pretty much the same. That was an honest mistake, or it was a ruse. Because if they're already surveilling the vehicle and they know it's a 15, they're going to tell everybody it's a 13 as to not startle him. So he can say, oh, no, Dad, mine's a 15. They're looking for a 13. Mom, sisters, yeah, that's not me. They're looking for a 13. Mine's a 15. So we're good. It wasn't me. I would say exactly what he said. If I knew that it was an actual 15 and I was already surveilling them, which is what I believe. I believe they were on that vehicle very fast. I believe that there's surveillance of him at his apartment very fast. I believe it's going to be epic. Could be wrong, though.
December 7th, no suspects have been publicly identified, and Moscow police appeal to the public for help.
Any assistance you can give us, anybody that owns one, anybody that knows of someone who owns one or may have been driving one, if you could get a hold of us through our tip line or call us directly, we'd appreciate that.
December 5th.
That doesn't mean they didn't know where it was. They're just looking for witnesses. Think about it.
15th, Koberger and his father are driving eastbound on I-70 when they get pulled over by a Hancock County Sheriff's deputy.
Hello. How you doing? How y'all doing today? Good, good. Take a look at your driver's license real quick if I could. See, he's right up on that van, man. You're right up on the back end of that van. So you're coming from Washington State University? Yeah. And you're going where? Oh. We're going to be going to Pennsylvania. Oh, okay. Yep.
Now, Can somebody correct me? Did I at any point hear him say they're coming from, any of them say they were coming from Washington State? I just now caught that. Somebody in chat, did they actually say that? Let me rewind it a little bit, because I think that's important. If neither one of them told the officer that, then how'd the officer know? Let me listen.
State University, and you're good. Take a look at your driver's license real quick if I could. See, he's right up on that van, man. You're right up on the back end of that van. So you're coming from Washington State University, and you're going where? Oh.
We're going to be going to Pennsylvania.
Oh, okay.
Yep. We're slightly punchy because we're driving for hours.
Hours, days.
They're driving across.
Now, I saw a little glitch there. Maybe it's edited out, but I didn't hear them say where they were coming from. I heard the officer suggest that. So I'm sorry. I'm going to have to say I'm not buying that this wasn't a pretext stop. That means this wasn't a planned stop along with the next one. I'm not buying it. Sorry, y'all. Especially for following too closely. Not likely.
The country to their family home in Pennsylvania.
Okay. Well, do me a favor, don't follow too close, okay?
10 minutes later, they are pulled over again, but this time by Indiana State Police. Both departments would later say they had no identifying information on the suspect at the time of these stops or the alleged vehicle involved. The Indiana State Police added in another statement that its agency wasn't directed by the FBI to make the traffic stop.
Right. They don't have to tell that information. It's an investigation. They don't have to divulge that. They can lie, as a matter of fact. Not buying it. 2 stops within 10 minutes, 2 different agencies. Very, 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 very unlikely. Not impossible, but very unlikely. What were they looking for? Were they looking for, is this guy going to run? What's he going to do? Maybe we can get him to run. Maybe we can get a reason. Maybe we could, who knows what they were thinking. Maybe they wanted to get a look at his hands. Maybe they wanted to get a look at the interior of the car. I don't know. Maybe they're stalling him for a reason. Don't know. Maybe they were just trying to get a read on his demeanor. Does this guy look like he's going to flip out when we hook him up? Is he calm, cool, and collected? Let's razz him. Within 10 minutes, let's pull him over twice. I would submit that guy is pretty calm. Most people would be shitting their pants. Excuse the analogy.
15 days later, Koberger is arrested in Pennsylvania. The FBI identified the suspect by linking DNA evidence from the crime scene to a public genealogy database. January 3rd, he is extradited back to Idaho, where he is charged with felony burglary and 4 counts of first-degree murder. In a statement, his extradition lawyer in Pennsylvania said his client was eager to be exonerated.
His client is eager to be exonerated. Of course he's going to say that. So, that concludes that video. Tai says apparently it was drug stops. I worked on drug interdiction. That would be a pretext stop. I don't know. Out-of-state tags, perhaps. That roadway is indicative of drug trafficking, perhaps. I don't know. Just highly suspicious. Not saying that they're not telling the truth. I'm just saying that they don't have to tell the truth. So, the next video is going to be what's called ferro-focused laser. Okay. Actually, we're not going to do that one. We're going to do a crime scene walkthrough first. We're going to do a crime scene walkthrough. It's another video that someone did a really good job on. And I apologize. I don't know the name. I forgot where I found it, but I've had it for a while. And to this person, props. It's a great job. Great job.
Officer Smith and I entered the King Road residence through the bottom floor door on the north side of the building. Officer Smith and I then walked upstairs to the second floor. Officer Smith directed me down the hallway to the west bedroom on the second floor, which I later learned through...
All right. So I want you to pay attention to this. So imagine if you're in a jury. Now, it's a crime scene, okay? It's not, all cleaned up like this. It's a crime scene. Imagine being able to look at this as a crime scene, just like you're seeing it here, but, with the victims, the blood, everything else, the events that transpired, being able to look at it like this and go back and look at a certain area, go back again, go outside, look from the outside, peer in from that bird's eye view. If I were going to do this, this is where I would be. Now I can see Kaylee's sliders perfectly. She doesn't even have curtains on the sliders. So I could sit there and watch her all the time. Maybe I can watch Maddie's room too. I don't know. I'm not there to look at it, but I can promise you from that area over there, BK or whoever had a great view. Bird's eye view. This is what I'm trying to explain to all of you that is 100,000 times more effective than actually walking into the crime scene. And this is just a small rendition. What you're going to see or what they're going to see is going to be unbelievably detailed.
Zaina's driver's license and other personal belongings found in the room was Zaina Kernodle's room. Just before this room, there was a bathroom door on the south wall of the hallway. As I approached the room, I could see a body, later identified as Kernodle's, laying on the floor. Kernodle was deceased, with wounds which appeared to have been caused by an edged weapon. Also in the room was a male, later identified as Ethan Chapin. Chapin was also deceased, with wounds later determined.
All right, so you see this area right here? This is where, or over here on this area, don't know for sure, but somewhere in here is where a lot of that blood pooled and ran, being pumped from a body.
To be caused by sharp force injuries. I then followed Officer Smith upstairs to the third floor of the residence. The third floor consisted of 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. The bedroom on the west side of the floor was later determined to be Kaylee Gonzalez's room. I later learned from review of Officer Nunez's body camera there was a dog in the room when Moscow police officers initially responded.
See that? See that slider? Look out there, y'all. You're going to have video that is going to actually be peering in, showing opportunities to surveil from all different directions. So they'll let the jurors opine as to what he was doing close enough to the building that he could actually pick up on the Wi-Fi. Steve said that. He hit on their Wi-Fi. Remember, that's going to be epic in the trial.
Officer Smith then pointed out a small bathroom on the east side of the third floor. This bathroom shared a wall with Madison Mogan's bedroom, which was situated on the southeast corner of the third floor. As I entered this bedroom, I could see two females in the single bed in the room. Both Gonzalez and Mogan.
All right. So you remember, let's think about this. One of the girls, which I highly suspect was Maddie, was laying here. And you remember Steve said that it appeared like Kaylee had put up a fight because the wall indicated that there was a struggle. I would submit that there was a lot of blood spatter on this wall because I think she was forced into this corner in a defensive posture. That may have been a scream that you might have heard. But again, this is not directly above Xana's room. It's not directly above Dylan's room. It's stepped over. It's in the far corner in the back. It's likely no one heard anything except some thumps, maybe some whimpering. Maybe some whimpering. Screams. Maybe one quick one.
Were deceased with visible stab wounds. I also later noticed what appeared to be a tan leather knife sheath laying on the bed next to Mogan's right side when viewed from the door. The sheath was later processed and had K-bar USMC and the United States.
See the size of this knife? Those girls were thin. I would submit you plunge that into any part of the torso of any one of those victims, they're done.
Marine Corps Eagle Globe and Anchor insignia stamped on the outside of it. The Idaho State Lab later located a single source of male DNA, suspect profile, left on the button snap of the knife sheath.
I would submit there's more DNA on that knife sheath. But the most viable spot on that knife sheath to extract DNA from would be a non-porous area of the sheath, which would be a metal snap. I would submit that there's probably, remember, there's a gag order, y'all. We don't know. There's probably DNA on that sheath. He didn't mean to leave that sheath. Although I've heard that he did. I'm gonna back this up a little bit. Let's watch this part again.
Left on the button snap of the knife sheath.
All right, here's about where Dylan comes into play. Now you can see that it would be pretty easy to walk past someone standing in a doorway and not see them. But if you're standing in the doorway peering out, you would see that person. I don't think he saw her. Whew, I don't know about y'all, but I just got the chills. Now, here's how they create stuff like that. Except that's not near as cool as what the jurors are gonna see.
The latest generation of Faro Focus Scanner is here. Introducing the new Focus Premium, re-engineered to deliver faster, more complete scans. The Focus Premium provides total confidence that what's captured on the scene the first time is accurate and true. Thanks to an updated architecture that takes advantage of improved components.
You see all these shell casings right here? These will all be picked up by this scanner. Every square inch, every ceiling tile, every square inch of this vent. It'll catch the other side because she'll move it. It'll be over here getting scans. It'll scan from over here. It'll scan from over here. It'll scan from over here. 3-dimensional. It's amazing, y'all.
Better results are guaranteed, helping public safety experts provide the critical information that all parties involved in a crime or crash scene require. Minimizing time on scene is critical. The new Focus Premium enables investigators to do their jobs faster and better than ever, and eliminates the need to return to the scene to collect additional data.
Now, did you just hear that? It eliminates the need to have to return to the scene to collect additional data. Think about that. It also provides investigators an opportunity to sit at a desk and watch, look at the crime scene again, and pick up things that they missed while they were there. Which is why I believe after doing these scans, they went back so many times, because they picked up things when they lit that place up with amino black and they hit it with the scanners. They missed things with the naked eye. They went back, they watched it. Oh, wait, look at this over here. We need to go retrieve that. We need to retrieve that. We need to photograph this. We need to get oblique lighting over here. Let's look at this. That's an absolutely awesome tool.
Combined with the ability to sync with Faro Stream, the new Faro mobile app, capturing and sharing on-scene 3D data has never been easier. Use the next generation Focus Premium to create lifelike photorealistic 3D representations that are invaluable in courtroom testimony. Or use
invaluable in courtroom testimony to pick up 3D dimensional scans of the entire house you would never ever see with the naked eye. Just saying, y'all. This is why you don't need the house.
Premium 3D data to return to the scene of the incident virtually, anytime, anywhere, that are invaluable. Use the next generation Focus Premium to create lifelike photorealistic 3D representations that are invaluable in courtroom testimony. Or use premium 3D data to return to the scene of the incident virtually, anytime, anywhere.
To return to the scene of the incident virtually, anytime, anywhere. So you're in deliberation. You've already watched the video, but you've had questions. So you go back, you put your Oculus on, you log in. You individually can go to whatever part of that house you want to look at. And if as a group you have a question, you can all look at it at the same time. And you can look at it, okay, let's say it's This area right here that we're focusing on. We can all look at that. And if somebody else isn't interested in that, wants to look somewhere else, they can look somewhere else. Invaluable. THIs, traffic homicide investigations, which we're going to get into right here. This, I wish we'd have had this when I was a THI investigator. But I'm telling you, I had to do this with a wheel, tape measure. We had to pull to get skid, to find out drag coefficients. We carried a tire, a quarter of a tire, sliced from a tire that was filled with concrete with a scale that was attached to it, and I had to drag it across the concrete to figure out what the drag coefficient of the surface was. Not anymore. This does it.
For public safety professionals looking to increase the speed, safety, and accuracy of what they capture, there is simply no better solution on the market today. And with Faro Stream, the pre-registration data preview ensures that you leave the scene knowing you've captured and digitally preserved everything you'll ever need. The new Focus Premium is the complete solution to conduct investigations more quickly, streamline your workflows, get better data faster, and ensure more accurate evidence than ever before.
To ensure more accurate evidence than ever before. Tear the house down. Let these people in that area move on with their lives. It's not important. I promise you. It's just not important. Now, I hope that helps any of you that have jumped on the bandwagon of, oh my God, they're going to tear the house down. The case is over. He's going to get off because that's evidence. Blah, 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 blah. What a horrific mistake that the state's making. State's not making it. State's agreeing to it. So is the defense. The university wants it gone. The community wants it gone. Quite frankly, they all want it gone. Who wants to look at that? Who wants that reminder? What parent would want that reminder? Now, that's not a dig at the parents. I think it's incumbent upon Moscow PD to sit down with each and every one of these parents and explain this to them. Because I don't think they've done that. If they did, I think they would be at ease. We got this. Don't worry. We got this. The evidence is overwhelming. This is just icing on the cake. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up my panel, and I want intelligent conversation. Please don't come onto this panel and bring up anything else other than whether you agree with, you don't agree with, and why you agree or don't agree with removing this structure. If you bring up anything else, I'm going to boot you off. Be respectful. We're not going to talk about other creators right now. This is about what's going to be taking place tomorrow. I hope. Unless some irresponsible little punk does some crazy signature BS and gets some kind of a stay on this. For what? For clicks. Because he's absolutely ignorant. Manipulates, fires people up for no reason. Doesn't know what he's talking about. Period. So I'm going to post on here the link to StreamYard, okay? And for those who don't know anything about StreamYard, you don't have to have your picture up. Down on the bottom, you'll see mute and stop cam. If you don't want your picture or your video, just hit stop cam. I'll see you first before I bring you in, and I'll make sure that you hit stop cam if you don't want to be up. If you do want to be up, then so be it. No abusive language, please. Be respectful. Give me your opinion. I won't attack you. I'll listen to what you have to say, and I will give you my opinion as to why you're right or wrong. Everybody says, oh, if he doesn't agree with what you say, he kicks you out of the show. Really? When have I done that? In fact, go look at my chat. People are insulting me all day long. I leave it up, and I tell them I'm going to leave it up because I want you to look as silly as you look so everyone can see it. I love it. Leave your filth up. Now, if you get on, you start getting abusive, and you're attacking my mods or stuff like that during, in my community page, stuff like that, I'll delete you, and then I'll tell everybody I deleted you and why I did. Because I'm that kind of guy. So anybody that wants to come on StreamYard, there's the link. I'll put it up here again. No worries, Turtle Boy's in jail. Yeah. I think I predicted that. I said, and I quote, he won't make it to trial. He'll mess up before then. There is no way that guy's going to be able to stay out of trouble or keep his mouth shut. He will be in jail. And I said, for at least 90 days, he will violate. I guarantee you. So hopefully my StreamYard is working. It wasn't working well the other day. So click on that link. J-Lord, come on in. It's Truth, come on in. So Carl Bryant says, I'm sure the parents wouldn't want it there sometime, but now many do. The lawyers don't disclose anything, but what if there isn't enough evidence? I believe the little shit is guilty, but jurors, no. Now, Carl, it's one thing you got to remember. They're not going to go after the DP unless they have a plethora of evidence. I promise you that. I get what you're saying, but we can't what if this. It's a death penalty case, and they're not going to file for it unless they got a solid case. I know that for a fact. 50 Shades of Faye, love it. Punk. They revoked his bond. Yes, they revoked his bond. Somebody's sending me. All right, here's Truth. All right, now I'm going to bring Rachel up here. She's one of the smartest people you'll ever meet. Don't let her fool you. I'm telling you, she is a walking encyclopedia. Don't question her on the anatomy of the body. Don't do it. You'll be sorry. I got Spirit Box. Okay, so it's working now. So I got Spirit Box, one of my favorite people, and Rachel on here at the same time. Hello, Pablo.
Hey.
How are you?
Good. I'm not half as tired as I was the other day.
All right, let me pull Ecto. We got Ecto on here too. Hold on a second.
Uh-oh. Hey, Ecto.
Hi, how's it
Ecto,
going?
what's up, my man?
They should not tear down that house. That's all I'm gonna say.
It doesn't matter if they tear down that
Rachel,
house.
handle his ass.
It doesn't matter if they tear down that house.
Oh, so what do you guys think?
See, people get the strange impression that all they have is the sheath DNA, that house, and some phone pings. They've got a lot more than that. A lot more.
And it wouldn't be a death penalty case if it wasn't, would it?
And it's not just that. They've got it at a forensic level. Y'all don't understand what they can do in forensic radiology. Y'all really
here we go. Hey, hold on a second. Hey, y'all better get your notebooks out. Get your notebooks out. If you're going to other channels, listen to what old Rachel. She's about to school everybody right here. This is why I got her.
Listen,
go ahead, Rachel.
In my profession, I've had to look at MRIs and X-rays, and some ultrasounds, and I'm telling you, what they can do with forensic radiology is unbelievable. You see how real the baby when
the
a
face,
woman,
the sonogram, yeah,
it looks the same way. Plus, they can shoot the contrast medium inside those wounds.
Right.
Now, they can tell if somebody was right or left-handed by the trajectory of that knife going in, by the direction of that blade.
And you know what? What I said in the very beginning of this case, before anything, is they'll know what type of weapon that was because of forensic pathology. You go back and you'll hear me talking about it. They'll know the size of the knife. They'll know whether it was right, left-handed. They'll know everything they need to know about that weapon because they used to practice on cadavers, but now they have ballistic dummies that they use.
Well, they used to use legs on cadavers to do it because you could drive the knife all the way into the hilt.
Yep.
And the thing about it is, they can also tell with each stab wound how much that blade's dulling, because that is 1095 Crowbond steel.
Yeah.
But butchers refuse to use it because it is impossible to keep an edge on it. It's super strong, but you would have to pretty much walk around with a sharpening wand to keep an edge on this knife.
Wow.
So,
well, but in this case, I don't think that was an issue. I know that it dulled because it hit bone,
you don't understand how quick that knife dulls, and it dulls even faster when it hits bone.
Yeah,
now
it would dull, but I don't think it made any difference in this case.
Yeah, it would, because it would cause 4 different wounds. It would cause 4 different wounds.
They would
make
be different.
2 models. They make 2 models of this K-bar. One has a serrated part of the blade. It's on the blade side. It's not on the top like a Rambo knife. It's on the blade side, close to the hilt. Okay, that's going to cause a different wound than the razor sharp part of the blade. Okay, so it depends on how deep that knife goes in, on what type of wound is caused, and as it dulls, it's going to rip and tear. Has anybody in this room tried to cut a tomato with a dull knife? Ever?
When I was trying to buy a Ginsu and they were showing me what it was like.
It'll rip and tear. It'll rip and tear. That's why it's going to look, and they can tell that blade is dulling through each victim. That's how they can tell it was one person.
Oh, yeah. There's no doubt. But what I'm saying, you're right. You're absolutely right. But what I'm saying is, it wouldn't have mattered if that thing was a butter knife. He would have still been able to do what he did. And
yeah,
all right, butter knife sharpness.
They were sleeping. They were sleeping.
Yeah, I mean, it's
and
it's still a knife with a pointed edge and it's sharp, but it's not. Yes, it's going to change. Everybody's going to have a little bit of a different entry and exit wound because it's going to dull. That's what you're saying.
Yeah,
Everyone's
and it also depends on how deep the knife goes, especially if it was that they make two different models of K-bar. One has a razor sharp blade and the other is half serrated and it's half a razor sharp blade. It just depends on which model he bought. Now,
and we're going to
find out.
You'll
find out through testimony. Wait till that medical examiner gets up there. When that forensic pathologist takes a stand, it's going to blow your mind. Because they've been doing this since 2016 with forensic radiology.
And it's
more
pretty
metric
cool
analysis.
Yep, you can actually see it looks just like an X-ray, but 3-dimensional. That's really cool. You can see the blade where it would go in. You can see the serrated. If it's a serrated knife, you can see the tear marks that it makes. It's amazing. So when they scan these bodies, she's absolutely right. It's going to be telltale.
Well, and everybody says, "Oh, well, they fought." No, the hell they didn't. You get stuck with a 7-inch blade and see how hard you fight.
Yeah, it only take one. I don't care if they stick you in the damn leg. You ain't gonna fight much.
I brought a man to his knees with a 4-inch paring knife, and I only stuck him once.
Yeah.
Now,
and then under pressure.
You can argue that those wounds on them were not defensive but reactive. If you grab a blade and somebody's pulling that out of you, and you cut your fingers, is it really defensive? Or is it reactive?
It's absolutely reactive.
I mean, if you're laying on your side and you're asleep, and by the very position in which you're laying puts your arms in the way as the strikes come down on your chest and your torso, are they really defensive wounds? Now, I know Steve and them like to think Kaylee fought back. I know they like to think she did, but I don't think so.
No. Hell, that would... You would like to think any of it. Xana, you would like to think she fought back because she was an athlete. You would like to think that Ethan fought back, but he ambushed him. Didn't have much time to react.
Do you see the picture in my icon right here?
Yep, that's
that's a pair of butcher's
glove. Yeah.
You see that wrap around the wrist and how it snaps.
Yeah.
Now, if you pull those gloves on after you put on your dickies and you snap that, how in the hell is somebody gonna scratch you?
Ain't gonna happen. And you're not gonna leave any DNA either. And
you're not gonna be able to stab or cut yourself. The dude worked at a fish market. A butcher's not gonna put a razor sharp blade in somebody new's hand without giving them a pair of butcher's gloves, because it's a workman's comp liability if they do. If they cut themselves or lose a finger, that's their ass.
Restaurants, seafood restaurants, oyster shuckers use those. They're very, very effective. So people are asking who this is. This is one of my mods. She's one of my superstars. This is Rachel. And she's got a story, and we're going to allow her to, not tonight, but we're going to allow her to tell her story. She was actually shot. She was carjacked. And the person that carjacked her actually went and did 5 homicides, correct?
Wow.
All right.
Yeah, he did. He went and did a home invasion execution, but that's not all.
Right.
That he did another robbery before that. And
well, we're gonna let Rachel tell her story, but we're not gonna do it right now, Rach. But
it would have ended up being 6 murders, because when he ran from the cops, he hit somebody in a car and killed them. So
she's very fortunate to be here. She tucked and rolled out of her vehicle and got shot in the foot. And she's a little badass, I'll tell you that much. She's about 5 foot tall, but she's an MMA fighter, and she's I wouldn't mess with old Rachel.
More badass than me. Wow.
She's also smart as a whip, and she won't she's tenacious, and I love it. She won't let stuff go sometimes. If somebody wants to, and I'll give it to Rachel, if somebody wants to question her integrity, or her intelligence, yeah, you're in for a war. But keep going, Rach.
But you know,
Hello?
it was just, you know, people don't understand how he was able to do this without leaving DNA evidence, and I'm trying to tell them. You put on 2 latex gloves under this butcher glove right here, and you peel off those dickies. You peel off those gloves. You put all
And you
of
know
that
what?
shit
And
into a bag, and then you peel off the second layer of gloves. And what do you have left? You have a clean pair of latex gloves to get in your car and drive home.
And I'm not saying he used that glove, but if he did, why would he know to use that glove, Rachel?
Because he worked at a fish market.
There you go. And we're not saying he did. It's just something that Rachel came up with.
I'm
and
just
she
saying
very well,
it's a way that he was able to pull this crime off without having. Now, he could have pulled this crime off without getting cuts and stuff without them. I'm just saying, if I know I'm going in, I'm not going in without a pair of those butcher's gloves if I know about them. I don't want to have to cut or stab myself and end up getting my DNA everywhere.
And he knows about him. What happens? Why is there a guard on a knife? Why is there a guard?
It's not just that. You can mess around and stab yourself if you're holding somebody down.
Right, but there's a guard because you don't want your hand to slide down that knife and cut it. So, but we talk about in the title here, we got the CSI effect, and Rachel just brought up a good point. Okay, so everyone talks about what he wore.
Hey, Texas, you want me to tell you how he left his DNA on that damn sheath? He wiped that sheath off, and he failed to get a Q-tip up inside the female and male part of that snap, and it caught some skin cells. And
as soon as you snap that off, it's
and see, he had Dickies coveralls on. They don't have belt loops, so he couldn't attach the sheath to anything. He couldn't attach the sheath to anything.
I don't think he cleaned the sheath off. I think he just dropped it. He didn't clean the sheath.
No, I don't mean I meant like before he left the house.
Yeah, I don't think he did. I think there's going to be more DNA on that sheath. I don't think the only DNA on that sheath is on the snap.
Well, let's just
the reason why they got the snap is because that's the quickest place and most viable place they could get it, which is a smooth, non-porous area. Now you send that sheet to the lab, right? So you send that sheet to the lab after you retrieve that DNA and you swab it, and then you get more DNA. That's not in the PCA because they just didn't have the time to do it. But the most viable place to retrieve DNA would be from glass, metal.
I'm going to tell you something else. See, if he crept into their room and he jumped on top of that bed all at once, like straddling them. Those dickies would have bent at the pockets, and if he would have had a 13-inch sheath in that pocket, it could have pushed it out.
Right.
While he was struggling with them, and he wouldn't have known it until he left that place.
Yeah, absolutely. Because he didn't wear a belt.
Should they tear the house down, though?
See, he knew he lost the element of surprise as soon as Dylan yelled, "Shut the fuck up." Oh, sorry. I forgot to use the acronym, but I was just repeating what she said.
Pig Latin. Anyway. Ukfe. Ukfe uye.
But see, he knew he lost the element of surprise, and then he got to thinking, well, I don't know if there's another dude in this house.
Right.
And when there's dudes in that house, the risk goes up substantially of him getting caught or leaving more DNA.
There you go.
So he had to leave. He lost the element of surprise.
Yeah.
That's the only reason those other 2 girls are alive.
Yeah. So Ecto, what do you think? You want to opine about the house itself?
I don't think they should tear the house down. What if? I think Brian did it. I'm 99% sure he did it, but like there's always that 1% chance that they'd have to go back into the house. It's like, leave the house up. At least leave the house up until after the trial's over and have a verdict. I don't understand why they're breaking it down so early.
So I'll ask you this. They've been back to the house multiple times, right?
Yes.
Okay, they've taken another 3D scanner and rescanned the house again, not only from the interior but the exterior. All areas around the house were scanned. They flew drones over it. They flew drones inside of it. They did all kinds of stuff. So what could they possibly have to go back for?
If a jury, they want to say, hey, I want to go back in the house. I want to be inside the house. They could say that. It could take one person, just one person to say, hey, I want to go inside the house.
I get that, but here's how they're going to have to handle that, because both the defense and the prosecution conceded they wanted the house down. So they're going to give jury instructions and they're going to tell them about that. So I don't think that's going to be an issue. I think that's a big what if, because I'm telling you right now, most of your homicide cases today, they don't go back to the crime scenes. They don't. It's not even brought up. Now I'm old school. It used to be, but it's still even prior to this technology, they still a lot of times the video and the photos were plenty. So for a juror in this CSI age, and you saw on my title, I've got the CSI effect.
Yep.
This is the CSI effect, because here's the problem that I'm seeing it's already happening, but it's scary. And you've heard me say this before, is we're going to have homicides. And if there's no DNA, a lot of these people coming up in this CSI age are going to quit. You better have a damn good case, and you better have solid circumstantial evidence to go along with that. So you better do the old school interviews and interrogations and get your witnesses together and build that picture of what happened. Because if you don't, and there's no DNA, you're going to have a problem, because I'm telling you, these people today want DNA. Ooh, that rhymed. People today want DNA. That could be the title of a show. But I get what you're saying. I'm not, I personally don't think they should have gutted the house and did everything they did as fast as they did. When I saw that, I'm like, whoa. But then I started to think, I got my wits, because I was kind of hot about it, actually. And I got my wits about me, and I'm like, oh, wait a minute, John, you know better than that. You know what technology is out there today, and it's pretty amazing. And I still have a couple buddies that are active, and one of them's he's actually just retired, our crime scene tech. His name's Tom, and I'm going to have him on the show one of these days. And I talked to him. I actually just ran into him at the DMV, and I was talking to him the other day, and he's like, John, he says, it's unbelievable. It's so much different now as far as when you and I were doing it back in the day. It's incredible.
Can I ask a stupid question?
No question stupid.
So like, if you're on a juror, how many people are on a juror to like convict someone from being guilty or innocent? How does it take one person to say not guilty for everything to be
unanimous? Has to be unanimous.
All right. So that's what I'm saying.
You only have to convince one, and that's what's scary. You're right.
It takes one person, and one person is like, hey, I want to go see this house. And that's I think the guy did it. I think Brian did it. His stone cold face in the courtroom. He's not like reacting to anything. He did it. Obviously, he did it. At least in my opinion, he did it. But like in the law, it takes one person to say, I don't think he did. So like, why tear down the house?
Here's what I would, if I were the DA, I would stipulate to the fact that the house was not going to be there, because I would, during jury selection, during the interview process, that would be one of the imperative questions. If the house doesn't exist, are you going to have a problem with that? So if a juror answers no, I'm not going to have a problem with that, and then when they get into deliberations, they find out that's an issue, then they have another alternate that they can go to, because there's alternates, remember?
Yeah.
So if this juror all of a sudden says, well, I really want to go to the house, well, sorry about that. Juror number 16, you're in. Juror number 13, you're in. Juror number 12, you're out. Bring the alternate in, because this is what I would do. I would hope that they're going to do this. I would, during my jury selection, I would articulate to them, hey, here's a hypothetical. We have a case. We have a murder scene. We have a house. The house is no longer there. The house was torn down. Are you going to have a problem with that? But we do have plenty of video. Oh, no, I don't have a problem with that. Good, you're in. Based on all the other questions as well. If the guy says, well, I'd really like to be really like to see the crime scene, then he would not be a candidate. So I'm hoping, and I just came up with this. I didn't think about this, but you brought it up, so it made me think. I'm hoping that that's what they would do. That's what I would do.
That makes sense.
Does it make sense? Because that would be because when you have a jury selection, you have a series of questions that each juror gets asked. I would simply, knowing that the defense knows this and the prosecution knows this, they would both stipulate to that fact, and then you would insert that question in for every juror.
Hey, John.
Rachel, does that make sense?
Yeah. Hey, John.
Hey, Rach.
Explain to Joey that a latent print don't necessarily mean it had blood on his shoe.
Yeah, let's talk about latent. Okay, I could walk through water with my boot and walk down the hall. I'm going to leave a print of a moisture latent print from the bottom of my shoe. My left foot didn't go through that water. My right foot did. It's still, just because I think people, again, and I'm going to use the word, Joey, I'm going to say ignorant. I don't mean you're stupid or anything like that. You just don't understand what latent prints are about. Latent could be anything that would cause you to leave a print. It doesn't mean blood, okay? But when you walk through blood, okay, and you continue to walk away from that, you're leaving remnants of the blood. Eventually, it's going to dissipate. So I'm pretty sure I know what part you're talking about with the footprint, but just because it's latent doesn't mean anything other than something was on the bottom of that shoe that caused it to leave a latent print. So what you do is you shine oblique lighting across the floor. You get down, you shine a flashlight across, and you look for stuff like that. Now they have, you saw it, special cameras that'll pick that stuff up. But in old school, you would do that. You would shine the light and you would pick up on that. You would see that. You would dim all the other lights or turn them off and shine the oblique lighting across the floor and look for those latent prints. And latent just means that it's there. Something was on that shoe to leave a latent print. Hope that answered your question. But just because it's latent doesn't mean that it's blood, or doesn't mean that if you stepped on blood that it won't eventually go away, because it will. You'll wear it off as you walk.
I know you answered this question many times before, but like someone's news listening to this show right now, 8 minutes. 8 minutes to do that.
Plenty of time. 8 minutes is an eternity.
I think I believe so that too. So
it's an eternity. 8 minutes is an eternity. If you don't believe me, set up something. Set up a pillow. Set up 2 pillows in a bed. Walk
and they're
in,
all sleeping or passed out.
Walk in with a something to simulate that you have a knife. Simulate it. Walk down your stairs. Encounter somebody. Simulate it. Walk out. I bet you have time to spare. These people did not fight.
Yeah, I agree.
These people were ambushed.
That's the argument, though. 8 minutes. Oh, no way he could do that in 8 minutes.
I could do it in 4.
Exactly.
I promise you I could.
These people
especially if I thought about it, especially if I rehearsed it.
Because you're the one that's attacking.
Exactly. I've got the total advantage. I'm on the offense.
And it's what time at night? They're passed out. They've been drinking all night. It's like, it's over. It's over. It's so stupid. It's the stupidest thing I ever heard. When he's supposed to go, you can't do that in 8 minutes. Yes, you probably can. These kids are out. They're done. And it's like,
you
come
know what
on.
you have there? People that are saying that, you know what that is, man? That's naive people. There are people that have lived in a glass bubble their whole life and they've never seen violence. They have no clue what they're talking about.
It was that kind of knife
a lot
too.
of people think it's impossible that one person did this or that one weapon did this. It's insane to me.
And the guy's not even fighting back too. And he's just sitting there, just no expression. That's a serial killer. That's a killer. It's like, he did it. Look at him. Just look at the dude. If you were accused of killing 4 people, you would like at least have a more of an expression. It's like, no, I didn't do it. This guy just sits there stone cold.
I think he's a mass murderer and he's on his way to being a serial killer. But that's for another debate. I think that his plan was to get away with this. I think that he wanted to go on with his career and be a professor and have a curriculum where he actually, this is just me thinking, it sounds like a book, I know, but he actually would present this to the class and have them write about it,
knowing that he actually did it. So he's teaching his class.
What do you think? What do you think this person's mindset was? And he would grade them accordingly. Why did this person that we don't know who it was, what was his motive? He would only know the motive. And whoever was closest, he would give them an A. Think about that. Is that not a cool movie or a cool book?
In this world today, I could totally see that happening. And that could be his actual motive. He'd actually say, hey, I'm going to do this. No one's going to catch me. I know this. I've been studying this. And then, he messed up.
Every semester, I get off on it.
Wow.
And if somebody's totally off base, they get a D.
And that's how he just goes on. It's like, so he can reenact the crime every time.
When he sent that questionnaire out, what did he want? What did he want to know? He wanted to know what the thoughts were of criminals. What made them do the crimes they did?
I think you're. But what if he had that instinct again?
Why would he do that? And plan there is no such thing as a perfect murder. But if he can get away with it, and he can do this, and he can relive
and he thought he could
every semester or every year or whatever, if he can relive it.
But there's also people I've been going on other websites and stuff like that. It's like, oh, if he's found not guilty, he can go on Dancing with the Stars. He can become a celebrity.
Right? Yeah,
it could. As I'm saying, it's like little things about like I know this guy did it. This guy is just look at him when he's just sitting there during the what do they call it? Not the trial, but the pre-hearings and stuff like that. Yeah. It's like he did it. I mean, this guy looks like a killer. I mean, you can't really judge him on that, but he looks like a killer. He did it.
I think one of his sisters turned him in, to be honest with you.
Yeah, well, what was the whole thing about the cell phone thing? He stole his sister's phone or something like that.
Think about that, y'all. How bad does it have to be for your own? Now, I'm a tough love guy. I would do it. But it has to get pretty bad for a father to throw his son in jail for stealing his sister's phone that you probably bought in the first place. So you gotta think about the dynamic of the Kohlberger household around men when he was 15, 16 years old. What was the dynamic of that? What kind of hell were they living in because of him? And then you think about what he wrote. I don't have feelings for anybody. I'm numb. I can't remember verbatim, but I don't have empathy for anyone. This man is scared. He's becoming potentially a serial killer, and he is trying to stop it. but he can't. So he's trying to study himself. He's trying to do all these things because he's freaking out because he can't stop these feelings.
What happened to him though? Like to me, like I have kids. It's like, what happens when you just snap and that's it, and you become that person? Like, what do you need to do? What are the warning signals? Like, what do you have to do? Because it's like, that's, to me, that's like kind of like sad. Like, when you think about it, it's like somebody in your mind, you're just gonna be like, all right, I'm about to blow. I want to kill somebody. I want to kill multiple people.
All right, what? So let me let Rachel chime in on, because she's a serial killer expert. So Rachel, can you answer this, man? Rachel, you still there? You're muted. Oh, she's muted. Can you hear me? Hello, Pablo? Pablo Lita. Rachel. She might have fell out. It's late. She gets up early.
It's sad though, isn't it? Like, think of your kids. I think of my kids. It's like, what can I do to prevent them from not becoming something like that? Not giving any ideas in their brain to possibly like say, hey, I need to hurt somebody. Where does it begin? Like, where does the innocent of childhood, when you're such an innocent kid when you're like 4 to 11?
And here presents a huge point. Eileen Wuornos, the monster. If anybody doesn't know who Eileen Wuornos is, the monster with Reese Theron, that she's Daytona Beach. From here, she, in my opinion, should not have been put to death. Here's a woman who has been molested since she was 6 years old. Been through absolute hell in her life. Was on the streets since she was, I think, 11, if I remember right. You hear varying stories, 11, 13. Yeah. You can't deny that she has been, raped multiple times against her will, and these things happen to this lady. Was she a monster? Yeah. But I think that we would have been far better off. Yeah, it costs money to keep her alive, but I think that she could have helped. Because at what point, it's like you just asked.
Yes.
Do you want everybody to know your first name?
Me?
Yeah.
You can throw it out there. I don't care.
No, go ahead. Throw it out there so everybody knows it.
Ryan.
All right. So when Ryan says, what do you think the mindset was? Here's where I think that we make mistakes. Now, if you got a guy that just goes out and does a mass killing because he flips out one day, that's different. But when you have somebody that's a serial killer that's been doing this for decades, I think that person, I don't want to say spare them, but I think that they should be studied. Because to me,
I agree.
There's science. There's so much about the brain that we don't know. We use a very small portion of our brain.
But it's
I
something.
And you could take that person and do, like, for lack of a better term, Hannibal Lecter in the movies. What did what was her name?
Clarice. No.
Clarice. What did she do? She had to go interview him, and he actually helped track down the killer based on a psychological profile. But he knew who it was. It was one of his patients. But I think that those people, I'll get my ass handed to me for this, but should be spared. And they should be studied. Because Eileen Wuornos was not a threat to anybody anymore. She wasn't. But she was clearly, in my opinion, insane. They said she wasn't, but I think she was. I think she was insane. And I think we could have learned a lot more from her. And I'm pro death penalty. Don't get me wrong.
And when you say you're insane, she became insane from the actions that were done to her.
Exactly. And these are the things. Where were you at? Were you letting the dogs out?
She was a sociopath. Sociopaths are made. They're not born.
Yes.
Psychopaths are born. They are born that way.
Were you letting the dogs out?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So.
What I wanted to tell a kid, you know how you said, if he had those butcher's gloves, he wouldn't have needed to use a sheath. Oh yeah, he would have, because he didn't know if he was going to have to use both hands to get inside that house. And he had to put that knife in his pocket. You can't put a knife like that in your pocket. You can't put it between your teeth for fear of leaving saliva on the thing.
Hey, Ryan, ask her that question you just asked me.
What makes someone a psychopath? I have 2 kids. I'm like, I pray.
Psychopaths are born that way. They don't have emotion. They don't express emotion the way other kids do. You can hurt their feelings through embarrassment because their ego's high. But as far as feeling empathy for other people and other living things, they don't have it.
What are the signs of a psychopath?
What did Brian say he didn't have? Empathy.
See, I'm thinking Brian was born that way and knew there was something off about him because he has 2 sisters.
That's what I said.
Do feel empathy.
While you were away, that's what we just talked about. I was telling him.
Yeah. So he knew something was wrong with him. I believe he went to school to find out more about himself.
I'm telling you, that's what he was doing. That's why he committed these crimes, because he just wanted to know what it was like.
See,
and I believe I think he thought he could get away with it.
And then after that, he went on a trip with his dad, though, right?
Hold on, one person at a time. Go ahead, Ryan.
He went out on a trip with his dad. Was it a great trip? It could have been a great trip. So this whole entire time, he killed these 4 innocent people in the middle of the night. Meanwhile, he's going cross country on a trip with his dad. What's going through his mind? Does his dad know?
I think his dad knew he did it. I think his dad knew. I really do. I think they all knew. They just didn't want to believe it. But I think they all knew. Go ahead, Rachel.
I forgot what I was going to say now.
You got a good memory. It's just short. I think what Ryan was asking. You remember what you were asking before, Ryan? So go ahead and ask. So
about
Rachel,
the psychopath. I was talking about Ted Bundy. What made Ted Bundy so clever is that he was able to mimic emotions of other people, normal people. He was really good at it.
Yeah.
I mean, it was straight Jekyll and Hyde with Bundy.
He was actually a genius.
I mean, but see, Brian didn't have the capability of blending in with society like Ted Bundy did.
Because he's an introvert.
He's an introvert, and he's a loner. That's why when people say, "Oh, he had to have help," hell no, he didn't. He wouldn't have trusted anybody else to go along with him, and he didn't even have a best friend that was good enough friends with him to go have a cup of coffee, much less go commit a quad homicide with.
So, Rachel, what do you think about his blank expressions in the courtroom?
He's a typical. I mean, if it was you sitting there, what would you do? You know what I'm saying?
If I didn't do it, I would be going nuts. I'd be like, no,
you can't. You're not allowed to go nuts in a courtroom like that. You don't understand.
Did you ever watch the video where they're showing his jawline?
Oh yeah, his. I'm going to tell you why he had such a reaction when the judge read Xana's name, and it's not because he was mispronouncing it.
Yeah.
Xana was about to eat, and I believe she had a light on in that bedroom, dim, and I believe Ethan was asleep.
Yeah.
And I believe when he done them up, he was able to watch the light fade from Xana's eyes. He wasn't able to see that with Kaylee and Maddie because it was dark.
Yep. It was dark. Yeah.
And if you go and watch, if you go and watch Tommy Lynn Sells interview, he explains how watching the light fade from somebody's eyes and their pupils go to dilate. He said it's just like a shot of heroin. He said the adrenaline rush is just like the power you feel. He said it's just like a shot of heroin.
I think he probably saw Kaylee's life.
And Tommy Lynn Sells had done heroin before. I'm just here to let you know.
J-Lord, do you want to come on? Hold on, let me post it on. J-Lord says she respectfully disagrees with me. This is one of my mods. She's disagreeing with me, so I want to bring her on. So you better come on. I don't know what she's disagreeing about. Maybe because I said that the monster shouldn't have been put to death.
Hey, who knows? One of those men might have attacked her.
Missy says, DJ, do you think the BK is
not all
has
of them
unalived before? Do I think no, I don't.
No.
I don't think he has. I think he's fought this for a long time. And
I think he fought it, and then when he got in trouble at school and he got fired after he went through all that trouble and shit to move all the way out there, I believe it was just he had a real good dose of fuck it and just went ahead and did it. Excuse my French.
Yeah, I think he's thought about it for a long time.
I think the trip with his dad was his final I messed up, or maybe he doesn't think he messed up. I was like, wow, I did it. I could be done for. I'm doing this one last trip with my dad cross country, and that was it.
He knew he was caught as soon as he noticed that sheath wasn't there.
When he got pulled over, look his face. Look at the cop. I was like, "That's the guy."
When he noticed that sheath wasn't there, you better believe he started cleaning that apartment from top to bottom.
At least we're all on the same page. He's the guy.
J-Lord says to you, Ryan. She says you can't go nuts. Spirit box ectoplasm. So she's basically saying that if you're nuts, you're nuts. You just can't go nuts. I think it's just an expression. I know what you mean though, Jay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what she means. Yep, and she fought. I believe that Kaylee probably was wide-eyed. You know, just based on what the testimony from Steve is. I think she did put up not a fight. I think they were defensive, reactive, wounds more than likely.
Well, I don't know. You creep up in the room and you slash one of them's throat right off the top, so they'll bleed out. They can't scream. They can't run out of the room, and then you grab the other one real quick and you start stabbing her. It's not going to take but a second.
No, it's not. But from what the testimony was that I heard, she was backed into the wall. It wasn't like she was ambushed and just laid there. She sat up and she was trying to get away, but he had her cornered. Now, I don't know whether that's true. I just know that that's what they said and they implied. So I think that she woke up and she was backed into the corner where that bed was up against the wall.
That's a daughter. That's a daughter. Someone who's innocent. 4 children. Yes, they may be considered adults, but to me, they're children. And someone came in there, they hacked him up. We know who it is. It's Brian, and there's still people who are trying to defend it and make content after it and doing stupid crap out of that.
It's everybody besides Brian. Let's not look at the one we have a ton of evidence on over here. See, everybody's got it in their mind that there has to be a motive. But see, with psychopaths, the motive is only known to that psychopath.
And it could be something very, very simple. It could be something that you and I wouldn't think anything of.
BTK would go and stalk him. He would stalk them out before he went in the house. He studied his victims before he went in.
He left 2 people live though.
We have another guest, Scared Teachings. Now, I've never seen Scared Teachings. Does anybody know who Scared Teachings is?
No.
All right. We're gonna give you a shot, Scared Teachings. Here you go.
Yo, Detective John.
Yeah, brother.
How you doing? Do you recognize my voice or not?
From what's his face from the You Know Who show?
T-Rev.
Yeah. What's up, man?
Oh, good, man. It's crazy, bro.
It starts with an E, man. What the hell? What was it? What the hell is your name? It starts with an E, right? Go ahead, man. What's up? You there? Hello? I think you muted yourself.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Oh, yeah. So I found the show. I was, listening to T-Rev, and I came back and a bunch of drama. And I was like, what the hell's going on? And then I found the show, man. And, we used to talk a little bit. I like your, your point of view. I like how, it's not much, shenanigans going on. When we're talking about the case, there was a lot of that going on, and in that show, I didn't really,
Right.
A lot of
So
shenanigans.
yeah. How you been, man? Good.
Good, man. I see you got the show going. I like what you've done, the work you've done. I mean,
Oh man,
you've already came along so far. I mean, the thumbnails look great too.
Yeah, I'm actually doing those. I had somebody that was helping me doing. I'm doing them with. I get a little help from my son every now and then, but once I got the template down, it's pretty easy.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's going good. I mean, we're going on like 3.5 months now, and I don't go out and network and get on all these other shows and steal their subs. I'm not a grifter. So we're trying to earn them. We're trying to earn them here, but our views are through the roof, and I'm very happy and pleased with what we've done. I had a mission, and we've stuck to it. And I'm not very liked out there, but I don't care.
I disagree. You're very liked.
Nah, I saw you were getting a lot of flack on the T-Rev show, and I was just like, I don't know if you remember, I was the one defending you, and I was like, yo, what do you guys got against the Detective John, man? I'm like, literally, he's the only guy really here that's like bringing common sense. It was like you, and I think her name's like Regina, like she was in there bringing facts, and like it was just you and Regina, and just like debating these like lunatics, man. It was just I had to take a break. I had to take a break from the show. And I came back.
She totally turned too, man. Man, when I announced I was doing my own show, it was like it was unbelievable. But hey, it is what it is. And they spewed a lot of lies, man, and I'm not real pleased with what transpired there, and but I don't get mad, I get even. So but anyway,
it's good.
how's everything else going, bro?
Everything's going good though, and it's good that we have there's someone in true crime, because I literally had to fall back from true crime, man, because everywhere I was going, I was looking, and it was just more and more of these army of people that was just spreading nonsense, man. It was just like, oh my God, I couldn't take it, man. It was driving me nuts. I was like, what is going on? Is this like a Twilight Zone? I mean, the guy's clearly guilty. It's the evidence is overwhelming, and it's just people just making up excuses after excuses. So I'm just like, I'm listening to you. It's like, you're right. A lot of these people just, they're thrill seeking, they're just seeking, attention, grifting, people just
Money.
like that. Yeah, exactly.
Money. They're in it for the money. As well as I do, man. That most of these people are, a lot of them are on disability, and they're just, there's nothing wrong with being on disability. Don't get me wrong, but a lot of them are on disability, and this is their life, and they're double dipping, and they're trying to figure out a way to make it crazy, and the crazier it is, the more money. It's like I said, I think I made a good analogy. It's like, Jerry Springer's gone now. So what's the next? The wave of the future is this. So let's have a bunch of Jerry Springer shows, and that's what they all are. They're all Springer shows. It's ridiculous. Let's see how outlandish we can get.
Because of that, John, you're going to get people who are going to love you because you speak the truth, and that's
right.
And that's my side. But then you're gonna get the people who are gonna absolutely hate you because you speak the truth. It's gonna be 50-50.
Well, it's it's disrupting their narrative, and now I'm telling people that, hey, if you come to this show and you agree with what we say, then why would you be a member or subscribe to another show if you don't agree with what they're saying? If you don't agree with what I say, unsubscribe.
They won't know. It's called hate watching. They'll just watch you.
But what it is we've had people have sent us back. Yep, I unsubscribed because I realized after talking to you that what they're saying is absolute nonsense. I've got like 200 and something emails confirming that. And even in my chat, you can see unsubscribed, unsubscribed, unsubscribed. And I'm not telling them to unsubscribe. I'm telling them if you feel the way that we feel, then unsubscribe. Because they're counting on you to subscribe because it gives them numbers. And that's why they do the gains that they do. One guy, you subscribe you can't post for 24 hours. So either you're going to come back the next day or you're just going to forget about it and he's going to have a sub. Or she's going to have a sub. That's what they're doing now. It's insane. And it's all about numbers, man. And I don't care about numbers.
But you're growing though. You're growing.
I'm growing. I'm almost getting up to 2,000 here real quick.
Talk to you in 6 months when you'll be 3,000, maybe 4,000.
Well, I only do like maybe one, maybe two a week. I mean, I could squeeze out 3 or 4 if I really wanted to, but I really don't want to. I think less is more. I think if I can bring good content and not just get on and run my mouth every single day for nothing like some of these people do.
But you're also you. That's the difference between a lot of people. A lot of people like to fake it. You don't. That's why you're going to keep on growing, in my opinion.
Yeah, I suppose I could get on and just talk. But I don't have time for that.
I personally would like to see you talk about like different stuff other than crimes, anything.
And we are going to. Rachel and I have been talking. I've got major plans, and it's not going to all be, what we're doing now. There's going to be some cool stuff. I've got some really cool ideas, very unique stuff that no one else is doing.
Because you're funny, man. You might think about it. Your impressions are great. You're. Please, if you're doing other stuff other than the crime, because I'm a crime guy, but not that much. But like, I'm just a fan of yours. I've been a fan since the beginning. So,
and I appreciate you, brother. Thank you, Ryan. That means a lot. People don't get I got a dry wit about me.
Mm-hmm.
It's like I said something the other day, and this other creator did a whole show on something that I said, and I'm like, dude, you're like a total fool if you believe that. If you think that I was actually serious, it was like being dry sarcastic. It was so freaking obvious to me.
It was ate up with sarcasm, and they still
I don't even remember what it was. Do you remember what it was? I don't remember now, but it was ridiculous. I mean, the guy actually did a whole show on it, and
I was sitting here laughing.
Total freaking dry wit sarcasm.
I was halfway into a Gumby real good, and I cracked up. I mean, I laughed so hard my ribs were sore. Because he turned that one little sentence into like a 3-hour show, and I was like,
another one was Cluminati, and I said Chlamydiati or something. And so I was making a joke out of it. I kept saying chlamydiati, and then I said something like, you know what? I wouldn't know if I'm like, I don't know if you have chlamydia or not. I'm not in your bed. So if I'm not in your bed, there's no need for me to get tested. So I don't know if you got chlamydia or not. That's something you and your man need to talk about. And then she's like, what did he mean? I'm like, you're just you're a tool. All you know how to do is use the C word and purport to be white trash, because that's what she said she was. She said it. I didn't say it. She said it. She actually said
you're
trash.
Always the bad guy, John. You're always the bad guy, John.
But I actually just said trash. She had to put
not that living in Schroeder's
a color in front of it.
Everybody has to start somewhere.
They're always gonna call you the bad guy.
Right. But I don't know.
But you're speaking
man.
the truth. I was like, don't listen. Seriously, he said, don't listen. But
yeah.
But you know why? Because you talk good. That's the problem. It's like you talk good, they're gonna keep on listening, even though they hate watching you. They're gonna keep on hate watching you because, like, man, this guy, he sounds good. I don't like his opinion. I'm gonna keep on
Mr.
watching him.
Clickbait. I'm Mr. Clickbait, man.
Yeah,
Hey,
that too.
John.
How many shows
I'm
have
one
had
of
my
the ones
theme
that was in
advertised?
T-Rev saying, "Where's Detective John?" I was
Yeah,
one of
right.
the ones. I promise you, I was.
Are you the one that sent him over the deep end, Rachel? When he started,
Oh yeah, man! I got shit canned quick for that. I mean, I got shit canned quick for that.
Remember, he lost his mind, and then he says, and then he keeps saying that he kicked me off the show.
No.
But
Sacred teachings.
I wasn't the only one that was
Did I
asking was
not
the
announce
crazy
that
shit
I
about
was
it.
leaving the show?
No, that's the thing. I missed that whole little thing. I came back and everything just was split up. I was like, wait, what happened? I had to go look for you. I had to look you up.
I went onto his live and I dropped the bomb that this would be my last show. I was starting my own show, and I appreciate if T-Rev would support us and all this stuff. I was totally patronizing his ass, and it was a ruse because I had already had a conversation about maybe starting my own show, and he was very, very negative about how hard. You don't know how hard this is. You don't want to do this. It's. And I was telling him I was starting to look at computers. Oh, you don't want to do that. I just bought this. I spent $6,000 on this one.
Right.
Everything negative, and that just drove me even more to want to start my own
What
show.
a piece of crap.
And
John, no, when you wouldn't, I guess this is when you had your stroke or when you were sick,
right?
Or maybe the day you lost your puppy.
Yeah.
We were in there, and I wasn't the only one that was asking where you were.
Oh no,
all of us were getting. He's not here.
And he didn't tell you where I was, did he?
Nope.
My question is, why wouldn't he promote him? It's like, all right, like John. I'm sorry, John and T-Rev were actually good together, talking about the stuff. That's how I found him. I went on T-Rev, and I was like, Detective John. I was like, wow, this guy, he just speaks his mind. He doesn't give a crap. He's going off on anybody who calls. He tells the truth. I was like, this is the guy. This is the guy. Love it, love it. Then one day he just went away. I'm like, because I don't watch, instantly like everybody else does. So I was like, where did John go? Where did John go? I was like, I had to go on the side.
Hey, T-Rev, where did your content guy go? Where did your content guy go?
And then, then I found him. It's like, I don't understand why T-Rev, what he should have done is like, hey, all right, you want a show? All right, I'll promote your show. And there you go. It's like, I don't understand why he's so just like him.
Because listen to him when he talks. I'm my own man. I don't work with anybody. He's not a team player. That's not what he's about. He's about himself. Okay, he says it. He admits it. He admitted it tonight. He admitted it tonight. I was watching part of it tonight before the show started. I was laughing my ass off because he's like, somebody brought up Jeff H, and he goes, I don't work with Jeff H anymore. And then he realized that he looked like a total dick for saying that. So he's like,
but when he needed Jeff, he totally turned in.
Right.
You could have knocked Jeff's shit off the end of T-Rev's nose.
Yeah, he totally dissed Jeff and told Jeff that he was going to smoke him. I'll smoke your ass. Now, to me, oh yeah, to me, but in slang that means you're going to unalive somebody.
Yeah, you're going to kill him.
But he gets a hall pass on it because he's a thug, in my opinion. But anyway, so tonight he came up because the Linda Lane footage was up, and he's actually playing Jeff's Linda Lane footage, like looping it. And somebody said, hey, Jeff, can you take another car and put it on there? I want to see how close a Honda is to the Elantra or something. And he's like, well, I don't do that anymore. Jeff doesn't work with me anymore on any of that stuff. I don't work with Jeff. He's just a total dick. Because that's what he is. He's a dick. And if you think that Coffindoffer knows what he's truly like, she's not getting, her people aren't vetting the people that she's going on her shows. Because I promise you right now he'll go to Coffindoffer and he'll disclose all this stuff. I'm telling you, that's what he's going to do, because I know he's listening to the show. So he'll get a hold of Jennifer and he'll say, hey, I just got to be honest. I've made some mistakes. And Jennifer will be put in a spot where, you know what, T-Rev, that's okay. We all make mistakes. Just make it right. She'll patronize him a little bit because he's paying her money to come on the show. It's a joke. And he actually thinks that they're good friends. They're not good friends. Give me a break, dude.
Hey, John.
You think you're going to go to Jennifer
What's up? What's
John.
up with his documentaries? His documentaries that he's producing with his team of people. Like I seen someone say, man, they're not that good, man.
He's producing one on me. Oh, I can't wait. That's just more for my attorney that we're trying to serve him now, but he can't be found. I don't know what he's doing or where he's at, but he ain't where we thought he was. So anyway, I'm not gonna talk about that.
I can't wait until you start doing other things like some unsolved crimes and stuff.
Yep.
Because I have my own theory. I have my own theory about Summer Wells' case. And it's like nobody can understand what I'm saying. I really think that when that Grandis went to the ER, she got pain pills, because I know orthopedics. When you go to the ER and orthopedic says you need to have total knee reconstructive surgery, they will give you a prescription of 90 pills to hold you over for a month until they can get you on their list, till they can get you into surgery. Just like they would at a pain clinic. They had to give her pain medication to hold her over until surgery. That's what they do. That's what an orthopedic does. They can do that.
Remember though, the PDMP has made it really difficult for that. I'm not saying it doesn't happen. I'm just saying when the PD for people that don't know, like Florida used to be the OxyContin Express, 75, 95 back up to like Kentucky.
Yeah, but you're talking about a 70-year-old woman that needs total reconstruction.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm just saying with the PDMP. A lot of people don't know that.
This has been my field for a long time. I know they do it.
Yeah, they do.
I know they do it. You can't make a patient go through pain like that. You can't. You'll get sued for it.
Right.
Especially when they've got the MRIs to show, hey, look, I needed this medication and didn't get it.
Right.
So
I'm not familiar with that case, so we're gonna have to sit down and talk about it. So I'm not real familiar with it.
But see, when Summer Wells came up missing,
Well, that at least
she completely ignored the dogs. They had like 13 dogs. She ignored the dogs barking. You can't tell me that 13 hound dogs ain't going to raise hell if a stranger comes up on that hill. Okay, she had to be expecting somebody coming. Now, if Grandis got pills and they decided they was going to sell pills or swap pills for other drugs, at $10 a piece for a 10 milligram Loratab or $15 a piece for a Percocet, that's a lot of money if you get 90 of them.
Right.
I don't want to just hang up, but my phone's dying. Thank you for taking my call.
Hey, man. Always, bro.
Go live New Year's Eve or something like that. And John, remember, people don't like you because you're good at what you do. And that's why they don't like you. You are good and they're scared and they know you're only going to grow. 2024, you're only going to get bigger. Just look at your subscribers. Look at what you've done just in the recent time. You're going to get hot. You are hot. And everyone knows it. And they're afraid of that. So with that said, I can't wait to call back again. And Detective John knows best, everybody. T-Rev, if you're listening, you're going down.
Good night, ectoplasm.
Goodbye.
All right, Ryan. Take care, brother.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my call. All right, bye.
man.
Hey, John, but what I was saying is, when they got home, if they had a buyer, let's say a middleman had a buyer for those pills, but Candace didn't know who that person was and didn't want him to come up there because she didn't want to meet anybody new, which goes a whole lot with drug dealing.
Mm-hmm.
And the middleman said, okay, well, you trail me down here and you just wait at the bottom of the driveway. So the middleman drives up the driveway and they're up there counting out pills and money or other dope or whatever they're doing. And the guy waiting at the bottom of the hill snatches Summer while they can't see.
That's very plausible.
And then when he comes down the bottom of the hill, dude gets his pills and drives off. That's the only way. That is the only way Candace. That is the only way Candace and Dawn can pass a polygraph.
And
you're looking at people
like you just said.
You know, they're talking about they tricked all these seasoned investigators. These country bumpkins, and yeah, I know I got a southern accent, but these folks, if you rub their collective IQs together and you were freezing and you were trying to start a fucking fire, you would freeze to death of hypothermia. I'm not kidding. I mean, have you watched any interviews?
I watched one with her.
Now, these FBI guys, these FBI guys says, well, we feel like Candace passed a polygraph, and so did Dawn, but we feel like Candace is holding something back. Now, if you have priors, or you have prior drug conviction, or misdemeanor drug conviction,
mm-hmm.
and you get caught selling prescription pills, that can be up to a 10-year sentence.
Yep.
She didn't say anything about selling them pills for the sake of self-preservation.
Well, the intent to distribute, definitely. So yeah.
If they find out who in the world she was doing a little deal with, because there had to be a reason she ignored them dogs. She was expecting somebody.
Well,
how do you not remember 13 dogs raising hell? And there's one mama dog under the house that's got puppies at the time.
Because you're high as hell and you're oblivious. That's how. Because
Yeah,
you're on
I believe there was
C2.
somebody else up on that hill and they were invited. Now, she might have watched the middleman go down the hill and not make a stop when he ran around the house. But that don't mean she didn't see the dude at the bottom of the hill or whoever was waiting at the bottom of the hill.
Well, from the very little I know about it and what I have watched, it wasn't a stranger, in my opinion. It was somebody that knew them, knew the area. It wasn't a stranger. So, what do you think?
I think somebody I think exactly what I said happened, because that's the only way Candace can pass a polygraph test is if she was doing a deal with a middleman, knows the middleman didn't stop when he was going around the backside of that house. So she knows the middleman didn't do it, but had no idea somebody was waiting at the bottom of that hill on the dope.
Well, the polygraph administrator, supposed to be he's supposed to be better than that. So I've seen some really good ones and I've seen some really shit. She
can't tell him something that she don't know. If she really don't think that, if she didn't see the middleman stop. Now, if he would have paused that car back behind the house where she couldn't see,
mm-hmm.
For maybe 5 seconds, she probably would have told on him. You know what I'm saying? But if she watched him smoothly go down that damn driveway and he never did make no stop or no pause, she knows he didn't have anything to do with it. Why tell the cops about the little deal I just made? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. I get it.
Why put me and Grandis, in court about selling some damn prescription pills? Hell, that's 10 years. That's a 10-year sentence. If you have
Happy House says IQ of 142 last checked. How are y'all doing? Happy House. We like people with high IQs. You want to come in on panel? I'll post the link right
how's Mitza, Happy House?
Do you know who that is?
No, I don't. But if you have,
I bet you J-Lord does. J-Lord, who's Happy House? J-Lord. There's the link. Happy House if you want to come up. And J Lord, why aren't you coming up? Are you still working? She might be working still.
Happy House. How's Mensa?
Sacred Teachings. You still in?
142. You should be a member
I'm
of
here.
this.
I'm just listening. I'm just driving right now, so I'm just muting myself so you don't hear all the background noise, stuff like that.
I'm good windshield time though.
Yeah.
Ismith, isn't that your name, Ismith?
Isaac? No, I'm not Isaac. No.
Oh, you're not Isaac?
No, I'm not Isaac. No, I know who you're talking about. I know you're talking about the Isaac guy. No, I'm not him.
You do sound like Isaac though a little bit.
Oh yeah, no, that's like T-Rev's boy.
Yeah, I was gonna say, man, that's kind of. I don't know if I can trust you.
No, yeah, no.
Man, I got a good memory, bro. It's just short, so okay, that's cool. I feel a little bit better now.
No, it was I don't have.
T-Rev's gonna be pissed.
Yeah, no, I haven't really I don't have any gripes against T-Rev. The only thing was just letting the lunatics come up there and just spread it was just like muddying the waters of the case. We were in there, we were trying to figure it out, just trying to use common sense, and it was just crazy, just calling in,
Well, that was his thing. He would just let anybody come in and talk, and I kind of think I put a stop to that. Remember when he wouldn't wear his shirt? He wouldn't even wear his shirt, and he'd come in there smoking weed and doing all this. And I'm like, look, dude, I tried, honest to God, man, I tried to mentor the guy. I tried to mentor him. I tried to lead him in a better direction. Rachel, what happened? And he did. He freaking listened to me. He stopped smoking so much weed and doing the crap he was doing, and wore a shirt. I threw him some words that he didn't know the meanings of, and he started using words like integrity and character, And I mean, they're like his favorite words now. So, I don't know. I just kind of got tired of the ego, man. It was like, he's like, I want you to do this with me. I want you to do that with me. I said, you're asking for a lot of my time, bro. Well, we'll work something out. Well, we've been saying that now for like 6-7 months. I mean, this is like a damn second job. It's crazy. And I work.
Yeah, you're on there a lot, man. You're on there a lot. You put in a lot of work over there. You gave him a lot of content, man. So.
Dude, I would be like working, and I'm like, I'm on my skid steer, and I'm like, dude, I can't talk right now. Well, I need you to come up as soon as possible. So I go out and I would get in my truck and I would sit there and go online. I mean, go on with him. Never got a dime, never asked for a dime, nothing. He's just totally taking advantage of me, and I'm looking at his numbers just go just freaking through the roof. And people are like, John, you need to start your own show. And I really had no desire to, until I started actually, when I lashed out that show I was on with him, I lashed out at these other people, and that was it, because a lot of people were like, damn, John, that was awesome. About time somebody said something. I'm thinking, you know what, maybe I could be good at this.
Yeah.
And he wouldn't let me run with it as much as I wanted to, because it would bring so much good attention to him. He wasn't saying anything. He was just sitting there, and it was becoming the Detective John show, and he lost his mind, dude. Starts pounding on his chest like he's a gorilla. This is his spit flying out of his mouth. My motherfucking show. Detective John, if he wants to start his own show, I built this shit. I mean, it was like infantile. He looked like a freaking dumb ass child. In my opinion, that's what he looked like. So I was like, and then when I did have my stroke, I mean, I told him, and he didn't tell nobody in the show even knew.
Yeah.
It's like he wanted me to disappear. It was almost like he wanted me to disappear, but he was catching so much heat. And then I showed back up, and people were like, Detective John, what's up? And when I told people what happened, they're like, what? I find out he doesn't tell anybody. And then my dog gets killed. He doesn't tell anybody. Still expects me to come on the show. That's just the narcissist in him.
Yeah, I remember that. You came on and you told us you had like a heart attack. We were like shocked. We were like, well, what?
Yeah. I mean, a guy that's been on the show for months and he doesn't even tell his audience.
Yeah.
I mean, I had a problem with nobody, you know. I just was starting to call it like I saw it. And
Nah, man, you know what? I was there, and you know, I was there for a lot of it. I just wasn't there just before like the whole breakup happened. But like I was just sitting there, and I was like, man, you got it's just it's just the nonsense, man. I couldn't bear with it anymore. Like, and I thought you were very patient with Kim, man. I was like, how is John even talking to this lady so calm? Because me, I was just enraged when I just heard the lady when she just started coming up. I'm like, oh my God, it was this lunatic.
Are you talking about WSU Kim?
Yeah, Kim, man. I was like, oh my God, another one. And then you were just so calm with her, and I was like, how is he so calm?
But you know what? That other dude, that Eismick dude, was on, and he was blasting her, and they got him confused with me. They got him confused with me, and I'm like, dude, that wasn't me. I wasn't blasting. I was floored. So I told T-Rev, I said, look, just let me interview her, because everybody thinks that I'm the one that's being nasty to her, and it was Eismick. Nothing against Eismick, but he was handing her ass and telling her she's an idiot and all this stuff. And that's not the tact you need to take with her. You got to kind of let her hang herself, and she did.
Yeah, yeah, she definitely did. I mean, I'm just listening to the story. I'm like, wow. I mean, she's just coming as she's going, just making things up. I'm just like, holy crap. I'm in the comments like, T-Rev, please stop bringing this lady up. I'm just like begging him, please stop it with this lady.
Right. Hey, does anybody else want to come up? I'm going to post the link. What happened? Sorry, I typoed truth. Her phone probably died. Let's see. I'm going to put the link up again. It gets hot. It gets hidden. So let's bring some other people up if they want to talk. What time is it here? It's 12:42. I'll give it a little bit longer. So I want to hear people talk about the house. Okay, I want to hear what your feelings are on the house. And you saw how we, had people not agree with me, and I'm cool with that. So
yeah, I mean, I think it should. I think the house should be kept up until trial's over.
Do you? Even were you watching the show? Did you watch the whole show?
Yep. Yeah. I watched most of it. I heard you say, like, they're gonna, they do the scanning of the house and all that, but I still feel like it just should be there. It should be.
I would feel that way, bro. If hold on, Rachel's coming back.
Yep.
Rachel, you back? All right. I would feel that way, bro, if the integrity of the crime scene was still there, but it's not. It's not. So the house has no value, man. It's a shell. There's no point in that house existing anymore. If they would have left the crime scene alone, then yeah. But they bought bio in there. They cleaned it all out. They removed, the furniture. Everything is gone. You would have to reconstruct the crime scene.
Not only that, John, you got to understand, they've got to protect the identities of these jurors during this trial.
Yeah, you can't.
And their families. If they take a field trip out to that house with all these maniacs online like Lana and Drip Drop and all these fools, they're gonna dox every one of those jurors if they find out who they are, and they're gonna question their families and do all kinds of stupid shit, and it's gonna cause a mistrial. They can't do that. They cannot take a field trip to that house. Yeah,
they would have to cordon off 5 city blocks, and to protect the integrity so they wouldn't be viewed in the public, because
you're going to have a freak like Turtle Boy finding out who these jurors are and harassing these jurors.
Yeah, right.
In a death penalty case.
I don't think we'll have to worry about Turtle Boy.
Well, I just wanted to tell you, I'm going to be in chat and then I'm probably gonna scoot out of here soon because it's gonna be an early morning for me, babe.
All right, superstar. Don't break nobody's back tomorrow. All right.
Yeah, I mean, I do see the point now. I doubt the jurors gonna want to go inside to hear it. I hear this a lot. What if they just want to hear how things moved in the house, and they want to hear the creaks, and they want to hear if you could hear someone shout from downstairs. I feel like in this case, I guess that really wouldn't matter because, I mean, would it matter? I mean, what do you think about that? Like going there to
Would it
hear.
matter? Well, here's the thing, and I don't know if you heard this part, but if you have both sides stipulating, so you got the defense that's going to stipulate with the prosecution that the house should come down. So in your jury selection, in your questionnaire, you would have to put in there, okay, the crime scene, this is going to be a homicide case, so the crime scene is no longer there. So it happened in a house, and the house is gone. We have all the video footage that you're going to need. Are you going to have a problem with not visiting the crime scene? And if the potential juror says, well, I would kind of like to be there, then that would, you would have to disqualify that person. But if the juror says, no, I've seen some pretty cool stuff, I don't think you really need to go to the crime scene anymore, then of course that person would qualify. And I would hope that that's what they would be doing. I just kind of came up with that tonight because the question was posed and I thought about it for a minute. And yeah, I know how the jury process works. So if both sides are stipulating, then the judge would have to mandate, I would think that he would mandate that question be placed in the questionnaire. So it wouldn't be an issue. You follow me? Are you in a bad area? I know you're driving. You got me muted. Hello.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, I hear you. It makes sense. Yeah.
Joey Essex says, I don't think the house is important. I agree with you, Joey. I'm still 50-50. Hey, Ranger, why don't you come up, bro? We got Texas Ranger in here. He's a former prison guard. You can come up, man. I'll post the link if you want to come up.
Yeah.
You don't have to put your ugly mug up here. Just click stop cam. I know you came up on the phone before. Just click this link. Click this link that I just posted. And then you'll come up you won't be on my screen, and I'll make sure that the cam doesn't come up because I know you're afraid people will see your ugly mug. It shall be just your voice. That goes for anyone. And Amy Terry says, do we preserve houses till trial for cases that are not high profile? No. Nope. In fact, Amy, we don't really, I'm telling you, even 10, 12 years ago, the video alone was so good, just video, not the 3D stuff that you're seeing now, which has been around for longer than 10 years. But we rarely had to revisit crime scenes. Rarely. If it's a car or something like that can be stored, yeah, I mean that's something that they might do, a THI or something like that. Yeah, because you can just hold it at the record yard, drop a drape over it, and wait for trial. Let's see. Who else we got? Happy House, you can come on up. You want to come in? Where's the problem? Happy House. Thought about it for a minute. There is a problem. Black Austin, you wanted to come up the other night. Don't be chicken, bro. Come on in. I'll post the link down here again for you.
John, I really wanted to bring up his alibi, man. I mean, what a joke that is. I knew it was gonna be that. I knew
it is a joke because here's the joke, and here's why and you've probably heard me say, and a lot of people have, here's why Ann Taylor is a joke. Joke. Because all he would have had to say is, look, this was 6 weeks ago. I don't remember where I was at 3 o'clock in the morning 6 weeks ago. I don't recall where I was. I don't remember. You don't say. I don't recall. But you know what? If you guys have something like, your cast, or you got me on video somewhere, show it to me. I might be able to answer. No. Instead, she's like, "Oh, just go out and do drive. It's routine for me to go out for a drive." No, all he would have had to say was, "I don't recall." And that would have been it. I mean, they want you to provide an alibi in that state. It's the law. But I mean, he can't do any better than just saying, "I don't recall where I was." And that's pretty believable. I mean, do you remember where you were 6 weeks ago on this day? At 3 o'clock in the morning? I mean, I guess you would if you were doing a quadruple homicide, but the most intelligent thing to say would be, "I don't recall." Because if you don't recall, you can always recall later. If you don't remember, you can be impeached. And you don't remember, if you say you don't remember in a deposition and it gets you on the stand and you say, "Oh yeah, I remember where I was," they will try to impeach your testimony and make you a hostile witness. That's the trick that attorneys do. Especially, both sides will do it. So yeah, the alibi is a huge problem for me. And as a guy that kind of knows this business, for her to suggest that was it, that was a huge mistake by her. I think that was a huge mistake. Might be something that would come back and bite her in the butt. That's just my opinion. Black Austin, your roommates are asleep, or you definitely would? All right, man. That's 2 times now. Go walk outside. Take the dog for a walk. Let's see what we got here. We had some good people on. We got Sacred Teachings on. We had Rachel on. Amy, you want to come on? As I was leaving a question, let's see what Amy got. The discovery included definite proof of where BK was. Can he still say he doesn't remember? He can say whatever he wants to say. It's what the jurors believe in the end. I mean, that's bottom line. He can deny. They could have the smoking gun video or knife in this case, but he can still deny it. But that's not who has to believe him. The juror is going to have to believe him. Jury. Let's see. So old Turtle Boy didn't even make it very long at all before he got hooked back up. I warned a guy that was actually a friend of mine at the time. I said, "Don't do it, bro. Don't do it. Don't jump on that Turtle Boy wagon, because it's in his backyard too." And he's like, "Well, it could be good. I could go out and I could be boots on the ground." I'm like, "Yeah, but you don't have to jump on the innocent train." I said, "You're just going to lose all credibility." He didn't want to listen to me. Then I said, "I'm telling you, that guy's going down. I'm telling you, he's going to get hooked up." And I'm not kidding you. That was like the late night the night before, and early morning the next day. He's blowing my phone up going, "You're not going to believe it, dude. You were right." And he just got hooked up. So I told you, man. So I figured he wouldn't go back on down that rabbit hole. But instead, he jumped all over it. He got a bunch of subs from him because the guy has a lot of subs, and that's all that mattered to the guy. Screw integrity, screw your character and everything else, everything that you believe in and you strive to build your whole life. You let it just freaking, you're pissing it away by going on some dirtbag's channel like that and supporting him and jumping on his theory, which is absolute ridiculous, by the way.
I mean, that's why I'm here, for the common sense.
What's that?
That's why I'm here, for the common sense, A lot of that I feel like is lost in these true crime channels.
I mean, that case in particular, the Karen Reed case, is what we're talking. The Reed case is what we're talking about. And basically, she got pissed because he was walking away from her. He was going to a party. She said she had a bellyache. She wanted to go home. She probably constructed the whole bellyache thing because she didn't want to go to the party and she didn't want him to go without her. So he's like, you know what? Go home. I'll catch a ride home. I don't know. I'm speculating. But she got out and he started walking up to the house. She got pissed off. She threw it in reverse, went backwards. She's got a $120,000 5.7 liter all-wheel drive SUV, and it was getting slick, snow, whatever. There was a blizzard that night, and I don't think she hit him on purpose. I think she went back to re-engage in an affray. He was walking away, and she hit him, and it was an accident. And then she hauled ass because she was drunk.
Right.
And she went home. She walked around the vehicle. She saw that her tail ends was busted out. She waited till she sobered up. She backed straight out of the garage, real slow until she bumped into his vehicle that was parked in the driveway. Made it look like she busted her tail ends there, which deposited no glass from the tail ends. And then she goes back with some friends. Oh, there he is, covered in snow. It's just ridiculous. It's ridiculous that anyone would, suggest that he went into the house and he got beat to death, and a German Shepherd, former canine with the police, attacked him, and that's what the scratches were on his arm. People are buying this garbage.
People buy anything.
Truth, you want to come back? Hold on a second. Oh, yeah, we're talking about this kid. All right, Rachel's going to opine here. Hold on. This is going to be good. Rachel, you got the floor. Hello, Pablo?
Hey.
All right, you got the floor.
Okay.
We're waiting. It's got to be good. It's got to be good if you're coming back.
Yeah, I had to say this right quick. They say this man was beat to death.
Yeah,
Has
right.
anybody besides me seen the pictures of him in the hospital?
Oh, yeah. So the head trauma is what we're going to cover.
Okay, yeah, that's what we're going to talk about. Okay, well, working on athletes all the time, I'm going to tell you, if that man was beat, if somebody beat that man, he would have had
bruises. Back of the head, would it?
He would have had bruises on his face, under his eyes. His face is flawless, except for his eyelids.
Yeah, and what happens to rear head injuries?
Well, when you have a TBI and your head's been fractured like that, what happens is your brain starts swelling. And when your brain starts searching for more room, your eyes no longer matter. And it tries to push
your eyeballs right out, doesn't it?
Out of socket.
Pushes them right out, doesn't it? But it looks like somebody pounded on your face, doesn't it?
The only thing that is swollen about that man's face is his upper eyelids. That is it. That is textbook TBI.
Yep.
Nobody beat that man. Unless Francis Ngannou or Barry Bonds walked up behind him with an aluminum ball bat, that nobody beat that man.
No.
It takes
1,100
pounds of pressure to bust a skull like that.
You know what beat that man? A 6,500 pound, $120,000 Lexus 570.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
beating, and that crease on the back of his head. There's a wind screen that goes across the top back of the window.
His head pinballed off of that car and smacked the pavement or
his
a
head
tree.
trampolined off. And you know what the ME's going to say? The ME's going to say, listen, he was hit by a car. And here's how I know he was hit by a car, because I've been to many THI, postpartum examinations. So I've witnessed it. Actually, Dr. Reeves, that was the doctor here, used to give me the scalpel and let me do the Y incision, used to hand me the oscillator, let me cut the top of the skull cap off. I'd peel the face down. I'd peel it back up. He'd let me do it all. It was cool as shit. It was cool as brick. Oh, yeah, it was
interesting.
I've got pictures. I've got Polaroids somewhere. So anyway, what the ME is going to say is, when he was hit from behind, his organs went boom, and his organs slammed from the spine back forward. He trampolined off the car. His organs hit his rib cage, and there's contusions and lesions all over him because he was hit by a 6,500-pound SUV, and everything went boom, bam.
She's going to be in big time trouble if his arm, when she hit him kind of on the right side.
Right.
And if she hit him hard enough, his arm would have been right there, right about where the back windshield wiper blade is that goes across. That could have been what scratched him.
His windshield wiper it's perfect. If it's either the wiper blade or he hit something else. I know there's a bunch of trees and stuff there that are no longer there. They're gone.
Because I know good and damn well she wasn't smart enough to try to get the DNA off that windshield wiper blade in the back of that car. No. And another thing, when she backed up out of that house and she supposedly hit his car, it didn't even tap it hard enough to knock the snow off the back window.
No. But that other creator we're talking about did a whole show on that, and he swears when he pulled away, look, you can see it's out. Yeah, that was after she already hit him. Yeah, of course there was a chunk missing. It's not from there. They didn't retrieve any chunks from the driveway. They retrieved the chunks from the lens on the scene. Oh, they came back later. It was a freaking blizzard, people.
She got pissed off. She got pissed off at him and hit the gas. Probably didn't mean to hit him, but she was drunk and she really wasn't in control of that car. She ended up hitting him and freaked out. And due to self-preservation, here we go again. Due to self-preservation, she left his ass there and took her ass home and pretended she didn't know what happened to him. And she left that helpless man out there to die.
She was a DUI. She knew she'd be in a shitload of trouble. So she waited. She sobered up, called some friends, went down there, and bam, who saw the body first? Who looked right at the body? She did.
She went straight to it.
It's ridiculous to even entertain the thoughts. And I had a guy arguing, it was on the wrong side. No, you think that she was going the other way. Clearly, she was coming. They had passed the house, and she was backing up this way. He was walking toward the house, and the right rear corner made contact with him exactly where his damage is. And at 24 miles an hour, he was catapulted off the back of that back tailgate, and he went at 24 miles an hour through the air, probably elevated over 10 feet up, like a rag doll, like I did in my simulation on my show. I think what I did on my show is a very accurate depiction of what happened.
And another thing, she, due to self-preservation, she was scared of that DUI, vehicular manslaughter.
Yep.
She really was.
She avoided it.
And she took her ass home. She probably threw up. She probably ate a sandwich. What did she do for 4 hours?
Drank some coffee, got her shit together, constructed the.
Well, I know your liver can only process an ounce of alcohol. I think it's 1.5 ounces of alcohol in an hour.
And she had 9 shots at least.
Oh yeah,
9 shots.
Yeah, it took her. She stayed home for 4 hours trying to get that liquor up out of her.
Yep.
and left him out there to freeze to death.
Yep, it's
and then
unfortunate.
pretended she didn't know what happened. But see, she was still drunk enough to go, "Oh my God, did I hit him?"
Well, I'll tell you what, this turtle boy has strummed up a lot of sympathy for her and love for her. And she's not very smart because she had the opportunity to take the plea for manslaughter. And now she's pissed the state off and it's second-degree homicide, vehicular homicide. Yeah.
It's homicide because she left him there.
Yeah.
Leaving him there was premeditated. That was a self-preservation act.
Yeah. So she failed to render aid too afterwards. So there's all kinds of stuff that she's looking at now, and she should have just.
Well, another thing, they can actually prove that she knew of a crime that was committed and did not report it. That could be a whole nother separate felony charge.
You're right.
So they can charge you with that when they can prove you knew a crime was committed.
That's right.
I mean, but like in Dylan's case, she didn't know a crime was being committed or had been committed.
Right.
And it would be really hard for the state to prove that Dylan knew a crime was being committed. That's why she hasn't been charged with anything. Plus, she was cleared. People trip me out about this Dylan stuff. And this girl was 19. She had absolutely no life experience. I mean, she probably went through a million reasons in her head to dismiss the shit she heard as, oh, they're just arguing or they're just horseplaying.
Hey, you know what? Why not just
simply
she's just drunk. Let's say she was drunk and just said, "Oh, whatever, be quiet. I'm trying to sleep."
And if the cops are called, they're all going to get $300 tickets, and nobody wants to be a snitch in the house.
I think that when they put her on the stand, or if they even get her on the stand, which they're going to have to, I think her explanation is going to be pretty simple. I think it's going to blow us all away. I don't think the PCA. I don't think the what's his face.
Not only that, how many times
he should have never written shock and awe. He can't determine that.
How many times does she get pissy about the noise and put on her headphones or her earbuds?
Exactly.
It doesn't mean she heard all of it.
I know. I go to sleep with mine sometimes. I know my kids do. Oh. So we talked about that before too. I mean, who's to say they were listening to music? They didn't hear it.
Well, that's all I had to say about the Karen Reed thing. I hope her ass goes to prison.
I do too, because you know what? She's watching her get out with that smirk. Oh, you're gone. With that smirk on her face, really chapped my ass. Let's read some. Spirit boxes are an absolute insult to my intelligence, no ethic or moral code. And these creators all shitting when the channel comes along and they all backstabbing. Yep. I know who you're referring to, Mr. Spirit Box T-Rev. And then he tries to say that I agreed with the spirit. I never agree with that damn spirit box. Ever. I'm like, dude, you need to keep me. I don't want to be a part. He asked me on the show. I'm like, yeah, dude, don't bring me. I'll never go on one of your spirit box sessions. Don't believe in it. And how can you purport to be? How can you say God bless you to everybody and you do spirit box sessions? You're not a Christian.
The spirit box thing is just it's just nonsense, man.
And it's fake. I got a message from one of his. She wasn't a mom, but she was. She used to date him. She sent me all kinds of stuff. She said it's fake as shit. Because guess what? Guess what he has? He has a studio. Mm-hmm. So he was actually recording that shit. In my opinion, this is what she said. I'm not sure. I can't say it for sure. Not 100%. But you see him freak out when it screams Kaylee's name and Brian's name and all this stuff. Give me a break, dude. Give me a break. Why does T-Rev, who has no experience doing this, he's just bought a box and starts doing it, and you got all these great fortune tellers or whatever they call them out there, and they don't get as clear. This guy turns it on and here's Kaylee's name and here's Brian's name. It's all done in his studio.
Yeah, it's literally an app. It's like, come on, an app. Like, it's just the spirit box thing is just really ridiculous.
Again, that's what I was told. I don't know. I've never really had a conversation about it other than I'll never come on one of your spirit box shows.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
definitely
man,
one
this
of the
is crazy.
shows
I said, yeah, that is a bit crazy. That is kind of crazy. If it really said that, that's crazy. Oh, Rachel's back, so she's going to talk about this, I bet. All right.
No, Heather B has a question. And
Okay,
she
where's
said
Heather?
something about blood being found in the kitchen. If you heard about it, if it's true, and if so, what's your thoughts on it?
Blood being found. You know what I think what you're talking about is someone was suggesting that there was blood coming down the wall from upstairs behind the cabinets or something. Is that what you're talking about? That was early on. And I haven't heard anything else about that. It's possible. I mean, you saw what it did in Xana's room. I'm trying to think where the kitchen is in relation to the bedroom upstairs. And I don't think that's possible because it's a staggered. I don't think it's right on top of anything. But I do, if that's what you're talking about.
That house is built like a set of steps.
Yeah. It's a step system.
It's like a
It's not
duplex, and then you go up steps, and then it's like another duplex, and then it's like
those were additions back in
2010,
I think it was. I have the actual blueprints somewhere. Heather, did that answer your question? I'm sorry. I don't know of any other blood other than that. I'm not sure. Did you disappear on us again, Rach? Let's see here. Yellow Cottage Tales, never heard of them. Or her, or whoever. Maybe you ought to look at my show that I did on them too, though. It was pretty good. But I'll check that out. Yellow Cottage Tales. Let's see. Have I read anything about the baby's body? Teresa, have you read anything about the baby's body? Where are they tied up? Oh, is this somebody talking about this young couple that was just found in the car tied up? She was due to have a baby earlier in that week. I haven't heard anything new about that, but I'm waiting. I'm suspecting possible murder-suicide. I don't know, but I don't know. Again, they're not divulging anything. It could very well be, a double homicide, but I don't know. Teresa, talking about his phone going up and down the stairs. Okay. So the phone going up down the stairs thing, did you watch? If you watched my show, I have a theory, and I'm probably 50-50 right, wrong, I don't know. But your Apple Watch not only measures you going up and down stairs, but it measures elevation, period. So if you jump into the air 10 feet, it's going to measure that. So I did a little THI investigation, and I had, is it in here? I have an MMA. It's called a Dan dummy. It's to fight with. You throw it on the ground, you get it in arm bars, you twist around with it. You can put weights in it. You can toss it. You can jack it up. You do whatever you want to do with it. So I took it down to a park with my kids, and my theory is when he was hit by the car, he was catapulted through the air, and that's where you get the register of him climbing stairs. I don't know if it's true or not. It was just a theory I had. So I took the dummy. I put an Apple Watch on it, my son's Apple Watch, and we did a stair walk. We did a hill walk, and we also threw the dummy in the air. And guess what? It recorded the dummy flying through the air. So The 11 people that say that he never entered the house and never went up those stairs, probably true, because I believe he looked like he went upstairs because he was catapulted, trampoline effect, off the back of the SUV, which threw him like a rag doll through the air. Watch my video. I hope that answered your question. I don't think 11 people are going to lie for anybody. This is not a cover-up. That's a joke. She did it. It was an accident. She needs to own up to it. Keep herself from going to prison. I predict she'll take that plea if the state even allows her to do it now. If I were the state, I would, because the chances of them convicting her of second-degree murder are pretty slim. So jack up the charges and let her plea down. That's what they're going to do. If she takes it to trial, she's an idiot. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to read through these. These are going pretty fast.
Hey, John, are you usually live every night, or how does the live schedule go?
No, I'm not a YouTube whore like some of these other people. I do maybe 1 or 2 shows a week. I feel like less is more, quality over quantity. And I might start doing some more shorter shows, but I mean, you can only talk so much about some of this stuff. It can kind of,
right,
I mean, you're going to go on and talk about the same damn case like some of these people. I mean, you got Harsh has done over 1,000 videos on the Idaho 4.
Right.
How's that even possible? It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's like, they make videos on every single rumor that pops up, like on Reddit or, somewhere on the internet.
I've never looked at Reddit. Because I've never looked at it only because of what everybody said. And I've read some of the stuff that have been posted about it, the things that were said. It's just like a joke to me.
Cesspool.
This is a cesspool.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
It's ridiculous to me. But you know what? These people, these idiots provide me with content, and they don't even realize it.
Exactly.
They really do. So if I can slow some of them down, hey, I achieved my goal. We'll do something else. And I have slowed some of them down because they really think about what they're saying now, I think. Some of them are doubled down. But, they can't seem to stop making me their clickbait. Every time I go on one of their shows as their clickbait, they get way more subs or more views. I'm a hated individual. And that's sad because I'm hated because I stand up for what's right. That's what's scary about society today.
Exactly.
And I used attacks by calling some names like they look like Shrek or they don't have a neck. But that's not me. That's not what I typically do. I'm not like that. In fact, I'm the guy that would get in fights with bullies. I'm not a bully. I just used a tack that would get me attention, and it worked. Worked 100%. I got under their skin. They couldn't handle it. So they reacted. And it got my message out there, and it still is, because they're still hung up on it. I got this freaking crazy dude in Europe so jacked up that he thinks he's like Mr. I'm the bully, and he's going to protect all of his friends from me, and he's going to fly down here and have tea with me. Yeah, right. Yeah. These people are insane. They have no conscience.
No, not at all.
No moral compass.
What's crazy to me when
what if that was one of your children, and you hear that your daughter is being accused of being a prostitute. She's on some website and she had $100,000 in the bank, and she was selling herself for the money so she could afford to buy that $12,000, $13,000, $14,000 used Rover. That everybody thinks is $100,000 vehicle. That's actually, if anybody knows anything about the Rover, that's like the Ford Escape of the Rovers. It's just a cheap Rover. She probably paid $20,000 for that tops.
They all like, oh yeah, Brian Kober must have bought it for her because they were secretly in love, or
Now, what's that site that they're talking about? Women go to and they're like high class prostitutes or something. Yours only, or mine only, or hers only, or something, or she. I forget the name of it. Amy Terry said they hate Detective John because he's slowing down their gravy train. Yeah, that's pretty much true.
Yeah,
because people are starting to realize that what I'm saying is they're starting to look at themselves. They're starting to go, wow, I'm kind of silly for being on this show. Maybe I need to step away and look at things for what they are and use my common sense and unsubscribe and not pay that membership every month.
No, you know what? There was times where I hit unsubscribe, where I was still watching their shows, like I was still in the T-Rev show, but I just had to give myself a break. I was just letting these people were just grinding my gears, when I would just hear these crazy things. I remember one time there was a call and one guy called in and he said, this was after they arrested Brian Kohlberg. He's the guy called in and said, I think it was Steve Gonsalves. I'm like, what? I just literally almost lost my shit. And T-Rev was just like, yeah, man, I don't agree with that, but I respect your opinion. It was like, what do you mean you respect it? I mean, the guy just said, yeah, he's like, I respect your opinion. I was like, what? I almost lost my shit. I'm like, well, you respect that?
Yeah.
Someone, the father? Like, come, give me a break, man.
You're gonna let somebody spew that on your platform, and you're gonna respect it. You know who else? Does the same thing? Is Dago? He does the same exact thing. Oh, I respect that. Yeah, but he doesn't even say I don't agree. Usually, he'll always say, "Oh, I respect that." Yeah, okay, yeah, and he'll entertain it, like he entertained vampires and freaking cannibals for like 74 minutes or something like that. It was crazy. And then he said, "Come back, we'll talk about it some more." Well, we're shooting on 1:30, y'all. If no one else wants to come on panel, I get it. Everyone's tired. Let me read some of these. Let's see. Joey Essex says, how goddamn low can people go? I do believe they will make anything up. Yeah, for a click. Joey, you're absolutely right. For a click, they'll make anything up. For a membership, they'll sell their souls. Because think about it. On the low end, $2.99 a month, right? I think that's probably average people are getting for memberships. Some of them, one of them just said that she's moving her memberships up to like $12. I forget who that was. But anyway, and you get a different sticker. So let's go to low end, $2.99, $3 a month. So you got 800 memberships, which a lot of these shows have at least that. That's $2,400 a month just in memberships. And how many people are going to miss $3 a month coming out of their automatic debit? Not many. That's residual income, people, for lies. So anyway, I'm going to wrap it up, y'all. I really appreciate everybody. We got a lot of people. We still got 160 something people in here right now. That's awesome. And sorry if I went off on a little. No, I'm not going to apologize. I always go off on little tangents. So hopefully y'all like my little tangents. If you don't, oh well. Go to the Dago show. Squeeze the ketchup. Okay, squeeze the ketchup. We're going to try a little squeeze the ketchup. You ready? Here we go. Squeeze ketchup. What's up? You're muted. You got to unmute. Next to your name, there's a microphone. You got to unmute. I can't unmute you. Hello? Try and log back in. We'll try it again. I don't know what happened. Squeeze the ketchup. Let's see here. Pokemon Doodle, Truth Exposed. Yeah, why didn't they have the blue hair on this 28? Drunk UK lady. Oh, yeah, J Lord's talking about the drunk UK lady. Yep. You mean the drunk mom, UK lady, and the drunk guest, UK lady. The mom who swears she doesn't get drunk, but's been drunk a couple times with her kid there. And I call her out for it. Loses her mind. Tai says, John, thoughts on the car initially being identified as a Nissan Sentra 2019 to 23. I must have missed that, Tai. I'm not saying it didn't happen, but I don't recall it being a Nissan Sentra 2019 to 23. I know there was I thought was probably an Altima that was sitting out front that people were confusing. I'm not sure if it was or not, but I'm pretty sure it was an Altima. But they used to sit out in front of the house. Could have been a Sentra, but I think it was an Altima. After Roy Tommy's antics, I think the Willie is an actor too, and on payroll, he knows nothing of Kim. Had to give receipts, then so should Willie. Yep, you're right, Joey. That guy is a freaking tubal. One of my mods knows him very well and said he just kind of went off the deep end. She doesn't know what's happened to him, but I can tell you what's happened to him. He started his own show, and he's trying to jump on all these losers shows to get to grift from them and steal their mods or steal their subs so he can build a show. So he goes on there and he jumps on and says agrees with them and argues and gets on their show and screams and yells at people too. And, you know, he gets subs out of it. That's what they're grifters. They're freaking scam artists, in my opinion. They don't earn their subs. All these shows all share their subs. And then when they get done, like if we had a show right now and I said, you know, Sacred Teachings, yeah, he's about to start his show up in an hour. So we're going to leave here and y'all come on over to Sacred Teachings and log in, subscribe. Let's get this train rolling. So they all share each other's subs. It's pathetic. They don't earn anything.
Right.
Dago had 2,500 people just like Drunk Turkey did until Kim. Yeah, and Jailor would know. She's pretty accurate on that stuff. Yeah, they wore Kim out. Drunk Turkey wore Kim out. That's why I quit. That's why I quit even watching them, because it was just ridiculous.
I was here when you had the Crime Circus guy on, man. Oh my God, man. That guy really went left.
You know what? It's funny before there was a suspect, he was kind of entertaining to watch because all we had was theories, and you know,
exactly
that's all we had. And he was kind of fun to watch because he had all these theories, you know. But once we got a suspect, I would have expected that to go away.
Right.
But no, he's like WSU Kim times on steroids.
Yeah. Yep.
And I actually had one of my mods actually take the makeup off his face and show what his face would look like. I think it freaked him out a little bit because it was pretty accurate. She used some software and kind of took his makeup off, and he's been freaked out ever since. In my opinion.
Hilarious.
Yeah, you'd have to watch my show. You'll see it. And I wore a clown mask. I was trying to, you know, respect him. Let's see here. All right. Anybody else want to come up? I'm going to post the link one more time so it's fresh. If the catch-up person wants to come up, come on up, try it again, but you got to unmute yourself. J-Lord, you can't come up. Are you working right now? Stephanie says, Daniel, you drive. What was that? Sacred, you got to mute because you're like banging. Sound like you're beating a hammer.
Oh, sorry about that.
It's all right, bro. Jake guesses he bullshit ours. I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, Jake S says, I find that dummy Rory doesn't do his full panel of dummies anymore since DJ called him out and went at him. That's right. He disappeared. Poof. And I got a lot more for him if he ever decides to come back. I got a lot of stuff for old Rory. If you come back, be prepared, buddy, because I'm going to own your ass. I can promise you that. And old Sergeant Friday, open invite. Come on, brother. Bring your shit right here. Bring that big mouth, that big mafia mouth freaking gator of yours. Bring it here. I want to eat you for freaking breakfast, bro. I'm going to destroy you if you ever come here. Tactfully. But you won't because you're a coward. You get on these other shows and run your mouth. I've been calling you out since you started running that gator. That guy right there, out of all the guests on all these shows, that guy, Sergeant Friday, has got to be the most disgusting. This man actually said, and I'll quote, he's on my show. I've got it on my show. I hope I can't do a mafia thing. I can't do the Guido thing. I hope that if they find out that Brian Kohlberger did it, he's 100% guilty. I hope he gets off on a technicality to teach America a lesson. That's what this man said.
That's disgusting.
Promise you. Just like Dago saying that the entire city of Moscow is a bunch of inbreds. How do these people get a hold of for saying that kind of stuff?
You know, I would literally, I really have a disgust for Brian Kohlberger. Like, if I saw him in person, I would probably, put hands on him, honestly. For, who attacks people in their sleep? I mean, that's a coward move, man.
He probably wouldn't even approach you, dude. I think he's an incel, but I think he's an absolute introvert, too. Guy doesn't have any friends.
Man, it's just disgusting, man. Like, someone could just do that to someone, man.
I don't know. The guy's a weird. He did have the one guy he jogged with, and he said he was a bit odd, but I don't know, man. Just don't know what's going through somebody's mind. I think something happened though. I think that one of the girls dissed him.
Mm-hmm.
He's not a fan of females.
I think it would be great if you went over as Tappa talk in detail, if you broke it down, did analysis. That'd be pretty cool.
I did that in the very beginning. Yeah, I kind of did that.
And, I probably missed it. I saw your channel after a few shows. I found you after a few shows.
Well, I just recently did one. I just recently did one where I broke down his site, kind of a site profile on him with his with his writings and stuff.
Oh, okay.
I'll go back. Pretty good. You have to go back and look. I can't remember the title of it, but it's in there.
Okay.
And it's good if you got windshield time. Just listen to him. You'll kind of. I try to keep people in stitches, but people don't get my dry wit sometimes. But I'm really just trying to be funny sometimes.
Yeah.
Heather B, did Xana eat her food? You know what, Heather?
It's a good question.
I think that the bag, if I remember right, wasn't the bag unopened and it still had the receipt stapled to it or taped to it with the name Xana on it. So maybe if the driver said that he left it at the door. So I'm thinking that she opened the door, she got it. That might have been what she was texting because they always reply and they do the little survey thing. And she might have been doing that around then. And maybe she was bringing the food into the house as BK was coming down the stairs. That might have been where he encountered her. Don't know. But the food, if I remember right, the food was sitting unopened on the counter with the receipt still attached. The only way we're ever going to know exactly what happened is if he tells us. But I think the prosecution is going to paint a very good picture. The little questions aren't going to be answered, but I think the big picture will be painted. And like I said, I think he's a vegetarian, and that restaurant is one that he's familiar with that the girls worked at. And I think that Maddie worked there and Xana worked there. If I remember right, Maddie and Xana. And good night, J Lord. And I think he encountered one of them there. And I think out of all the girls, just based on the body language I've seen Maddie, I don't think Maddie took shit from anybody. So if Maddie was his target, it might have been from that restaurant. The Mad Greek. And you know how many Mad Greek restaurants there are in Pennsylvania? There's a ton. And that's a franchise. So a lot of people don't think about that either. I just recently came up with that. I was like, you know what? Is that a franchise? And one of my mods said, yep. I said, go in and look at how many there are around where he lived. And there was a ton of them. So he goes clear across the country, and he's a vegetarian. So what better place to go to than a restaurant? It's a vegetarian restaurant, voted #1, that you're familiar with the menu. Ironically, who works there? 2 of the girls. Now, does that mean that the other girls weren't frequenting that place too? Who knows? I would suspect that they were. I would suspect that's where the whole encounter took place.
Yeah, I think he took maybe. I don't know if someone mentioned it here before. I think they did, but I think he maybe took their customer service as something else. And we see, as a guy, you see a hot girl, right? You're like, oh man, she's so hot. Most guys see a hot girl in the street, oh man, she's so hot. They might talk about it for like 2 minutes. They might think about it after they leave, but eventually we stopped thinking about the hot girl we saw. Maybe this guy just kept thinking. He was just infatuated. He didn't let it go. He just kept on thinking about it. He just built this compulsion. You know what I mean?
Well, and you know what? People give up their social media all the time. He could have linked up through social media through the Mad Greek, link.
Right.
He could have, they work there. They may have their X or whatever linked to it. He could have found it there and started, surveilling them, without even asking for it. That's why I tell all, my daughter, she's 19 now, but I actually took the door off the hinges to her bedroom when she was 13 because I caught her doing this Riz K silhouette dance.
Right.
Which she was clothed, but it looked like she wasn't clothed. And her friend was down the street.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
And her friend down the street was doing the same thing. And her mother caught her and she's like, hey, you need to check Charlie right now. I walk in and Charlie's doing it. I'm like, what the hell are you doing? Nothing, Dad. I'm just dancing. No, you don't realize what you're doing. So I said, and we had this discussion, and I'm like, as I'm pulling, she's like, what are you doing? I said, I'm pulling the hinge pins out of your door. What do you mean? You're no longer going to have a door. That's not fair. Well, yeah, it is. Here's a curtain. Went and bought a shower curtain and put it up there. So that's what she had. That's what she had for a couple years till she earned the trust back. So dads, moms, if you're having problems and your daughter's going in her bedroom or your son and he's locking the door, or, all this stuff, it's your house. It's your house. That expectation of privacy should be limited with teenage girls and boys with cell phones. I'm like, what are you going into the bathroom with your phone for? You're talking to somebody. You're talking to somebody, and you're on FaceTime and you're going into the bathroom. No, leave your phone here.
Yeah.
They don't think about that kind of stuff. It's just like Maddie was on the phone and Kaylee was on the phone the whole time. I guarantee you, and Maddie had posted that this was Kaylee's first night there. That could have been the catalyst that set him off. I honestly don't think he planned to do it that night. That's why he made so many damn mistakes. I think that something in social media set him off that night. That's what I think.
Yeah,
but I'm gonna wrap it up, y'all.
Mhm.
Let's see here. I like J Lord, Rory's first show, and Tommy, but never really thought about it. Capable of inviting Kohlberg, a friend. All right, y'all. I'm gonna wrap it up. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. Hey, man, Sacred Teachings anytime, brother. Come on up.
Yeah,
I appreciate you.
for sure.
Do you drive at night or something? You a truck driver or something?
Yeah, I do driving like deliveries and stuff like that. So I mean, I don't typically do it, a lot of the time, but today I need the extra money, so I figured I'd, do a little bit of runs tonight.
Right on. Are you driving like a big truck or just like a box truck?
No, just a regular truck, like a box.
Gotcha. Yeah, because I brought up earlier, I think that him taking that country road, because a lot of your semi trucks now have the the outer camera and the inner cab camera.
Exactly.
And if you flew by those roads, and if the investigators did their job, they surveilled those roads on the same night, throughout the week, and stopped these vehicles and asked them if they were driving. If they had cameras, they needed to subpoena them. So it could be they could have picked up some more video footage that way. But listen, I'm gonna let you go. I'm gonna let everybody go. Everybody have a blessed night. I really appreciate you guys. We had a good show, and we'll do it again here soon. And anybody that has anything that they want to talk about, I'm gonna post my email down here.
Yeah, glad I was able to talk to you again, man. It's good. I'm glad. I'm glad you're doing the show. I'm glad we got someone doing true crime online that that we could come to when we want to hear common sense, and someone we could actually work ideas off of. You know what I mean? And
Yeah, man. I think people think that I'm just like gonna bite your head off if you bring me some stupid stuff. It's not like that. If you have a theory that we can opine together on and talk about, then that's cool. But don't bring me some stupid freaking off the chain theory like we've been hearing from these other shows. It's insane to me. Why would I waste my time? And why would anybody else waste their time going to channels that support that kind of stuff?
Exactly.
I only care about the facts, and I'm not going to jump down rabbit holes. I mean, I'll entertain some stuff, but I won't entertain nonsense. And Brian Kohlberger's guilty. Sorry, I'm going to say it. Why? Because I can. Just like anybody else can say he's not guilty. And the whole thing about he's innocent until proven guilty. Well, yeah. But don't read into that too much, because guess where he's sitting? And he's sitting without a bond. There's no evidence that's going to support giving him a bond, although the defense wants you to believe that, with exculpatory, the biggest misused word in legal defense, exculpatory. Listen, if there was exculpatory evidence, and they let the judge know that there's a propensity that there's exculpatory evidence, then guess what? They'd be having a hearing, and the judge would be hearing that exculpatory evidence, and he would either be giving him a bond or no pros in the case. Period. Guess what? No bond. Case is still active. And not only that, it's a DP case. So all you people that want to believe that crap, go ahead. All you haters, because that's what you are. You're just haters. You just hate on law enforcement and the whole process. You don't
that's
really.
what it is.
That's what it is.
They hate law enforcement. I see that. I see it all the time. This is hardened lack of trust for law enforcement. So anything they say, it's like there's some kind of theory or agenda behind it. I'm like, no, it's not the case every single time. Like, you can't do that. How are you going to get to the truth if you don't believe the investigators that are investigating the crime they're paid to do this? You just believe everything they say is a lie? I mean,
yeah, looks like Amy Terry says. Amy says, no, the jury has to believe he's innocent until proven guilty. Not everyone. In fact, the cops should believe 100% he's guilty, or they should not have arrested him. You're absolutely right. You got to believe in what you do. So, there be bedwetting, animal cruelty, and fire. I don't know. Were those part of? Is that something that BK did that I don't know about? Bedwetting, animal cruelty, and fire are all, they're all potential signs of the propensity to become a serial killer. But I don't know. I haven't heard that he had any of those traits. Let's see. Faraday says, what has been shown at trial that has been sealed will probably make the worst horror movie ever. It will be chilling. You're absolutely right. There's so much evidence out there, y'all. That PCA, and here's the thing. Everyone thinks that PCA is the tell-all. And I've said it 100 times. If I haven't said it 200 times, it's not. The PCA only has to show the elements of the crime. Not every element, just some. PCA is nothing. The incident report and the supplementals that are attached to the incident report are what's going to tell what the investigation yielded. The PCA is a brief synopsis for the judge to sign off whether to hook this guy up or not. Extradite him back to Idaho from Pennsylvania or not. They clearly meant that. That PCA was overzealous, but I mean, less is more in my opinion, but it was fine. It was well written. There's just some things in there that are coming back right now to bite them in the ass because they're some opinions, and I don't think officers should put opinions of anything. And then one opinion I'm thinking is, I don't think she said that she was in a frozen shock phase. I think he said it. I could be wrong. Maybe she did say it, but I doubt it. She's a young girl. She probably has no idea what frozen shock phase is. I think that the officer, Payne, said that. All right, so I'm going to Amy Terry, I like you.
Yeah, John, I'm gonna step down. I'm gonna step down those great, great.
Right on, man. Thank you, bro. What was? Can I get your first name, or you don't want to give it?
Yeah, Rod, R-O-D.
Rod. All right, cool, man. Yep. All right, brother. Good to talk to you, Rod.
Yep, I'll see you.
Where are you at? Where are you out of?
I'm in New York.
Nice.
Yep. So
I had to go to a suppression hearing one time in Brooklyn on Court Street.
Oh yeah, I've been there. Yeah, I'm familiar. Yep.
Dude, I thought it was Batman and freaking Gotham City, bro.
Yeah, it looks like that over there.
Dude, it was crazy, man. And it was like, it was in 1990, was it mid 90s, 97 maybe? It's like during a storm of the century y'all had. And I flew into LaGuardia, and the district attorney picks me up there, right? And he's a LA boy. He moved there from LA, and he's like, I love it here. I'm like, you're freaking crazy, bro. So we're like, he points. It's like, here, I live in Daytona beachside. I can see the beach from, my house.
Right.
So it's like, yeah, we're going right there. And he points to a cluster of buildings, right? And I'm like, oh, cool. We'll be there in like, 10, 15 minutes. Now it's like an hour and 15 minutes. So we're driving through town, and I'm seeing, excuse my ignorance, man, I'm not a New York buff, so I'm seeing these dudes walking down the side of the road with these high freaking top hats, dressed in black. They're not Amish. And I'm like, who the hell are those people? And he said, it's the Russian mafia. I'm like, what? He said they were Russian. And I'm like, are you freaking kidding me? So we see them. So we get there. We get to Court Street, right? And we have to pull into this fenced compound that's just got 12, 15-foot barbed wire fences. And we pull in, and he says, you're going to have to get out of the car. I'm like, all right. So I get out of the car, and he actually squeezes in between. I mean, they don't have side view mirrors because the side view mirrors are all busted off.
Yep.
So I'm like, holy shit, dude, you got to do this every day. He says every day. And he had to pay, at the time, $50 a day to park there.
Oh my God. The parking's a nightmare over there, man.
So I'm like, are you kidding me, bro? So we get out, we walk across, I don't know what the street was. We walk across the street, and there's like these watchmakers sellers sitting there selling freaking fake Rolexes and shit. And he's like, walk by him. So we go down the street, and it's like, I'm not kidding you, bro. It was freaking Gotham City. The buildings are like that old brick that you see in Batman, with freaking old brick, and it had the glass with the wire in it, right? Like, I'm talking old ass shit. So we're walking down. He says, oh, that place got the best hoagies. We'll go there for lunch. They got even better hoagies. We'll go there. And I'm thinking, wow, this guy does this every day, right? So we walk into the courthouse, walk up these stairs, and there's two cops standing there. And they are, when did Giuliani take over? It was right before Giuliani, because I knew right after that shit changed. It was right before whenever Giuliani took over. It was 90 something. So anyway,
yeah,
I'll go to walk into the courthouse, and there's two cops standing there. One of them has his shirt like untucked and hanging. The other one's all grunny, and it had these long ass sideburns. Hair was uncropped, and they were wearing swivel holster old 38 revolvers. These were New York City cops. I'm looking at these guys. I'm like, are they security guards? I saw NYC. He goes, no, those are New York City cops. They're courthouse cops. So I'm thinking, wow, man, this is like freaking crazy. So we walk in, and there's graffiti all over the walls in the courthouse.
Yeah.
Thinking, this is like, you come to court, our courthouse is here. I mean, it's mahogany, polished freaking wood everywhere, and beautiful, right? So we walk up to the elevator. Elevator's broke, so we had to walk up the stairs to the fourth floor, if I remember right. Get up there, get into the judge's chambers. Now it's beautiful. Talking about mahogany, I mean, it was like this 1930s. I mean, it was beautiful. So get in, and we sit down. And I'm sitting there, and I'm talking to him about the case. It was an interdiction case I did on the interstate with a guy. Two guys that had done a quadruple homicide on Halloween there in Brooklyn. So I stopped the car, got into the car, and found a 380 underneath the seat. Hooked them both up for dope, and it had some money because they were actually running to get the dope. So they had like 30 grand on them, and
wow,
some crack, a little bit of crack. So anyway, I hook him up, and that's how I get a phone call, and he's like, hey, you arrested so Jose Calixte was the guy's name. So one of the guys, I can't remember the other guy, Jose Calixte was one of the guy's names. I'll never forget it. This is just kind of a weird name. And he goes, you got a gun? I said, yeah. He says, what caliber is it? I said, it's a 380. He says, can you do ballistics on it and send me the ballistics? I'm like, sure. So I sent it in. We get ballistics, sent it to him. That's my gun. I need that gun. I need you to bring the gun up here. So we got a suppression hearing scheduled for next week. I'm like, all right, I'll make it happen. So brought the gun up there for the suppression hearing, get into the courthouse, and we're sitting there, we're talking about the case. And I'm in a suit and tie, I'm in esprit de corps, and all these cops they look like freaking bums, dude. And all of a sudden the big doors swing open. And this guy, I can't make this up, he had those two canes like wrap around your arms. Not because he was born that way, but he was in a skiing accident and broke both of his ankles. So he comes marching down the aisle, right? It's the defense attorney. It's a private attorney.
Right.
And I'm sitting there, and I'm not kidding you. I'm sitting there with the state attorney right next to him, and on the front bench waiting on the judge to enter. This is a suppression hearing. This guy comes and he sits right next to me, the defense attorney, as we're talking about the case, and he's leaning in, like all cocky like this. And I said, excuse me, can I help you? And he says, oh, that's the defense attorney, so-and-so and so-and-so. And he goes, no. I said, well, you're kind of invading my space. It's kind of unprofessional for you to come sit next to me. I'm on the prosecution side. I don't know how you handle things here, but there in Florida, we don't do things that way. I said, so can you kind of go over to your side? And I was trying to be cool, but he was like rubbing elbows with me. And he goes, and he gets up and he moves over there, right? So I get called up on the stand, and they were trying to suppress the gun.
Right.
Because it's the main piece of evidence, right? For a quad homicide over Halloween.
Exactly.
So I get up on the stand, and he comes up and he goes, so, officer, and he said my last name, and I said, no, detective. I corrected him. Oh, detective. He does this and does this little cough, and he looks at the judge, and the judge actually looked at him and rolled his eyes too, like they were buddies. He says, so am I to believe that my client, the driver, and the other guy, whatever his name was, gave you consent to search the car? Yep. Yes, sir. That's right. That's what happened. And he starts laughing. I mean, he's like laughing out loud. And the judge is even judge has got a smirk on his face, like, oh, here we go. Another, oh, he gave consent. We know this guy's lying, right? So I went, yeah, that's what happened. He goes, so you expect me to believe that a guy that allegedly just committed quadruple homicide and had the weapon in the vehicle that you pulled over, gave you consent that you found drugs, money, and the gun in the vehicle, and he knew it was in there. He just gave you consent. That's right. Yes, sir. That's right. And he's laughing again, right? He's laughing.
Yeah.
So about that time, all these cops started walking into the courtroom, like from the building. Some other cops were radioing, "Hey, you need to come up. This guy's good. He's going to hand this attorney his ass." So I said, "Counselor, can I ask you something?" "Go ahead." I said, "Did you file for discovery on this case?" "Of course I did." I said, "Well, I got my incident report," and I said, "Did you happen to look at page 4, the property and evidence page?" "Of course I did." I said, "Well, did you see," I'm just reciting, I don't remember. "Did you see item 4, 8mm audio videotape of traffic stop?" You could have heard a pin drop, dude. My attorney and the state attorney didn't even realize that. He didn't even realize that because I hadn't really got a chance to talk to him too much. He was just concerned that I had the gun and I could get it there.
Yeah.
I said, "Yeah." I said, And the judge sits up real quick and he goes, you got a audio videotape of this traffic stop where the client's admitting to giving you consent? Yes, sir. Bailiff had him go get the
tape,
what a VHS machine, bring it in there, put it in there. Clear enough, guys, because it's a game, bro. It's a game out on the street. Yeah. What prudent guy is, like he said, what prudent guy is going to give a cop consent to search when he's got a homicide weapon in the vehicle, drugs, and money? So what they do is they'll play you and they'll say, hey, no, go ahead, man. I ain't got anything in there.
Yeah, they do it all the time. I see it all the time. Cops
all the time.
On cops, on YouTube. Cops,
I'm not that cop that'll say, oh, okay, yeah, y'all take care, man. Here's your ticket, or slow it down.
You gotta search that shit.
I said, oh, okay, come on back here and stand with my partner while I search the car.
Right.
And you can watch their energy just kind of fell.
Yeah.
And they slumped their shoulders. Oh, okay. And they went back and leaned up against the car. And my buddy Chris was standing there talking to him. And as I was getting hot, he could watch their body language and he would let me know on a separate channel, hey, 10-4, that means I'm getting close. Now 10-54, that means I'm not close. They're not reacting. Okay, 10-4, you're getting close. Wherever you're at, that's good. Keep going there. Getting warmer, basically. So anyway, that's all on video when I asked him, and he says, sure, go right ahead. So motion to suppress denied. So the judge says, as he's, my attorney is like, hey, can we excuse detective? Yeah. He says, no, hold on a second. He said, and 23 years on the bench, son, he says, I'll tell you, if you hadn't had that videotape, I would have granted the motion to suppress. He says, because quite honestly, a lot of cops have lost credibility. And he said, for me to see that video, it's going to change my outlook moving forward, because I believe this actually does happen. I've never seen a video like this. That's what he said. I promise you. That's what he said. And I said, well, I'm glad I could help, sir. So I'm glad I could help, sir. And he motion denied, and there was like 15 cops in there, and they stood up and they started clapping and cheering, because apparently this attorney was a freaking asshole, and he just got his ass on because he was unprepared. True story.
Wow.
Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, that's crazy, and I see that all the time, and I noticed that. I mean, there's a lot of psychological work when it comes to law enforcement and busting these guys. I mean, I like to watch interrogations, and I see what they do. It's actually hilarious, and it's it's very interesting how they play how the whole psychological part plays into catching the criminals.
Well, it wouldn't have mattered anyway. If he'd have denied me, I would have just called a canine, because I'm.
Oh yeah, he would have got searched anyway.
Supreme Court's ruled that I can detain, within a reasonable amount of time, and I can walk the dog around. If the dog hits on it, bam. That's my PC. I don't need a search warrant. I don't need anything. So if you got dope in the car and you get pulled over and you deny, you're just wasting your time. Probably better off hiding in a good place and taking your chances, letting them search it.
Yeah,
because if I call the dog, you're done.
I see videos all the time. These guys have pounds on them, and they just consent to a search, and I'm just laughing.
Yeah,
it's like, oh man.
Yeah, and a lot of people get away with it because the cops don't find it. But if they deny it, and I call canine, which I can do, and I don't need a search warrant once canine hits on it. So I'm gonna let you get, man. I appreciate you, Rod. Look forward to you on anytime, my man. And you got my email if you ever need anything. It's detectivejohn68@gmail.com.
Okay, I got that. And I'll be on, and I hope you have a good night, man.
All right, you too. Drive safe, bro.
All right, man.
Everybody else, I appreciate your time. We what we do? 5 hours? No. Yeah, 5 hours. A little over 5 hours. Good show. We had a lot to talk about. I had a little drama we had to handle in the beginning, but I want to say something. And people forget. I want you all to go back and look at my first shows and even my pre-shows where I'm in before I do a show. And I want you to look at the horrible things and the lies that were being said about me. And like I said earlier, I took it and I let them hang themselves. And this T-Rev just screamed again that I'm a fake detective. I had fake badges. I faked this. I stole the badges. I did all this stuff. Oh, I'm going to own your ass for that, bud. I've got it all. There's already a case. I've already got it under works. You just can't be found. So why don't you just send me your info, your real address, so that I can go ahead and give it to my attorney so he can go ahead and serve your ass, because we can't find you. I've already served one person. So keep spewing your lies and you're going to regret it. And all your friends are going to regret it, because I don't play. That being said, piss off, T-Rev, because you're a punk. You're a 100% punk, and you're a fake. You call me a fake, you're the fake. You think you have integrity? You don't have anything but bullshit lies in your life. That's my opinion, and I have a right to it. I can say it. I'm going to tell you right now, you messed with the wrong cat. You messed with the wrong cat. And all your little cronies, too. I'm going to love the day. I'm going to love the day when your wife lets me know that paperwork's gone through and you're getting garnished. I love the day. Then that financial audit, oh yeah, forgot to tell you. A lady in Jersey, I'm going to be hooking her up with her because she's going to take her case pro bono. You're welcome. Sleep well. Happy New Year. 2024 is going to be great for you, my friend. Not. On that note, you guys have a lovely evening, morning, whatever. And until next time, peace out.